Hello, hello. Happy Sunday. Hope you're having a wonderful weekend. If you haven't been, hopefully it's about to improve now as we're going to be casting CPL Week 7, Shift Clique versus Mutallica. The Terran intro theme was very appropriate for this as we're going to be starting off with Anderson versus Havior. And I'll get that started straight away. It seems like the scene needs to be refreshed, so I'll fill a little bit of time whilst we're getting that sorted. So yes, of course, it's 29th of December if you're watching the VOD. We've just come through the festive period. Thankfully, haven't gained too many pounds, but if you have, then good on you. It's certainly the season to be eating far too many mince pies. Here we are. And yes, hope you're looking forward into 2025. But before we get to that, we have some games from 2024. So this was the last week of CPL before the end of the year. Let me see. Yeah. Screen top device. There we are. So yes, this was the last week of CPL before the end of 2024. We've previously casted both of these teams, Shift Clique or Shift Clique if you're British like I am, and Mutallica. Mutallica being my own team, so we're very excited to see this face off. We have in the bottom right here Anderson as the white Terran, and in the top right hand corner we have Havior as the red Terran. Havior, of course, our favorite German Terran, at least I shouldn't probably say that. There's probably lots of German Terrans in CPL, but at least the German Terran that I know best made his way all the way over to Montreal for the Chat Star LAN hosted by Aaron. It was wonderful to meet him there and has been very active in the community for a long while. And speaking of being active in the community, you're probably very familiar with Anderson also. Of course, Anderson being a caster and streamer himself. If you haven't already, do check out his stream. Sometimes casting CPL games. He was casting a lot of non-Star League also. Looking forward to seeing how these two face off. So far so good, both starting in the same manner. It would be odd to see a deviation at this time. Racks and then gas. So no cheeky gasless openers there. Both players taking it off standard to start the series out. So speaking of mince pies, I do have a couple mince pies next to me that I might be digging into throughout the cast. This is going to be a long cast. We have a lot of Tier 1 games today. Should be over the course of the next 4 hours or so. So really digging in and making sure that there's enough fuel to keep the cast going throughout. I've been desperately trying to make sure that all the festive food hasn't been affecting my health too much. Honestly, I've been exercising more than I have in months during this period just to make sure that to keep off the pounds. Hi Dada in the chat, nice of you to join us. Thank you for all the efforts you've been putting into making sure casting these games is as straightforward and wrinkle-free as possible. Although, as you saw in my first two casts, there were still a few wrinkles, definitely unexpected ones at that. At some point my camera decided it was going to be upside down for no apparent reason. Stream refresh fixed that, but definitely an entertaining moment. So we have our first deviation from both players now. Anderson going for a 2 factory with Havior only having 1 up for himself, able to kill off the scout. Natural command center going up for Havior. So a little bit of a more economic build for Havior. Anderson going for a more aggressive style of play. Going for machine shop first means he's going to be going for those factory upgrades before any units, whilst Havior opted to get that vulture out. Scout, is it going to get in? It doesn't quite see up the ramp, so he doesn't quite know what he's playing against, though. Maybe two Marines will tip him off to something. At least not seeing that there's a natural command center will tell him that he is needing to be more defensive than his opponent, as he's going to have an economic lead going into the mid game. So building that bunker up, still only one Marine is going to be filling that. So it's not going to be putting a lot of damage down, but definitely there to act as a deterrent as his barracks flies across the map to get that confirmation of what's going on in Anderson's base. Very important that he knows what's coming at him, especially given that he saw that there wasn't a natural command center. He's going to be very curious to see, okay, what form of aggression is coming my way? How do I need to prepare for this? So Anderson going for both vulture speed and mine. So it looks like it's going to be a very vulture heavy opener. It's going to be very important for Havior to block vultures from streaming into his base and causing absolute havoc. Tank coming out for Havior. Siege mode about 2/3 of the way down as the first move out comes across the map from Anderson. Just 2 vultures and 4 marines. Just looking to poke and prod at this stage. Getting a quick feel, getting to see that tank, see that bunker, recognizing, okay, this is what I'm up against. This is the fortification I'm going to need to breach. Behind this, a natural command center coming down for Anderson. Also, Spider-Man is just about to finish up. Havior strategically positioning that siege tank on the high ground. This means it isn't going to cover his natural mineral line, but it is going to get an early shot off onto the vultures if they do decide to come in. Of course, the barracks of Havior well into Anderson's base now, so he's been able to see everything that's going on, knowing that it's a 2 factory opening, certainly influencing his form of defense here. So it looks like there was a building cancelled. Maybe that was, not quite sure what that was, but it looks like he's building it in the back instead. That's an armory and an academy coming down for Havior now as he builds up his second factory as well. So looking to stabilize his production in relation to Anderson's now. Of course, Havior has that economic lead, that earlier command center really driving into his economy at this point with a 11 worker lead. Anderson's CC just about to finish. Looks like he's taking also a cheeky ninja base in the bottom left, recognizing that his worker count is behind at this stage, opting to, recognizing that he can't particularly break Havior at this point, taking a little bit of an economic greedy risk to try and make sure that going into the mid and late game that he doesn't just get left behind with regards to the economy status of the game. Adding another factory on now, Havior also adding 2 of his own, so really building up the production facilities now to put us into a strong mid-game. So it looks like this might end up being rather a long TVT, as both players haven't particularly exchanged too much in the early game, which is nice to see. A lot of TVT games can end very early with the vulture versus vulture battles, especially if they manage to get on top of tanks with mines and things. So it looks like we're going to have a very nicely drawn out TVT where we're really going to get to see the players flexing their macro and micro abilities to their extent. Of course, the longer any game goes, the harder it gets to manage everything, especially Terran armies. So we're really going to get to see a battle between these 2 players and see basically how the best player comes out on top. Academy going up for Anderson now, so his comsats are a little bit later than Havior's. I did hear a comsat go down from Havior, so just keeping track of things. Maybe we can have a quick look to see what he scanned. It looks like he did scout at the bottom right as that was at the early game, so it looks like he was just scouting this this 3rd base location and seeing if anything was going on there yet. Of course, Anderson not opting to take that base, but rather that sneaky ninja base in the bottom left. Starport going up for Havior, so looking to get some air dominance early on. We'll see if Anderson has any answer for that. It does have an armory, so we will be able to build Goliaths if he needs to. He's been a little bit behind on the factories so far. Of course, starting out with that early 2 factory did give him an early army advantage, but it looks like that army advantage has swung in favor now of Havior having had that economic lead for the early part of the game. Pushing forward with the vultures, just seeing what's out there. Probably placing mines down in just a moment. There we are. Putting himself out there on the map and really getting a feel for where he's at. Anderson taking quite a forward position with his siege tanks, still patrolling with his marines. That ninja base is really getting up and running now, but of course it's completely vulnerable. So if Havior at any point in time decides to send a few vultures out, now that he's getting this sort of containing position outside of Anderson's the space between his natural and third. If he ever decides to send vultures over there, it's going to be completely... And look, there is a vulture going across the map now, so it might be already that the jig is up with this ninja base. Let's see if the vulture goes in there. It looks like it's going straight to the source of the money. Sees it. Is he going to do anything about it right now, though? Sending vultures straight away. Yeah. So not revealing the presence, not revealing that he's scouted that base immediately, waiting for additional vultures to come in and make sure you can really, shred these SCVs all at once and put some damage down on that command center. Oh, shame, he just starting to build a refinery at the point, so we didn't manage to see that vulture had been scouting. So holding back for just a moment, paying off a little bit there for Havior. The command center of Anderson starting its long voyage home back to most likely the 6 o'clock base, which has already been mined up. Anderson taking this opportunity to start moving out a little bit. Of course, Havior already has a great siege line outside Anderson's base, so not going to be able to push out too far, but able to push out just enough to start enabling himself to take the 6 o'clock base. In the meantime, Havior is looking to take the 2 o'clock base on his side of the map, a natural third base location. Easy enough to defend so long as he maintains control of the center and center right hand side positions. Second armory is just finished for Havior, so really starting to look into getting those upgrades going. Just click on these. 0, 0, 1, 0 for Anderson. So Anderson has a slight upgrade lead. Looks like he's going to have 1-1 before Havior's 1-1, but with the second armory of Havior having finished, he should be able to catch up unless Anderson elects to get another armory himself. A good Goliath force coming out here. Very good at combating vulture numbers as long as there's no mines out. And also, of course, will be able to provide support for his tank line if wraiths do come into play. It looks like Havior has opted to get a control tower on his starport, and he has a science facility too, of course, enabling further upgrades, but also a higher tier of tech units. Let's see. So Havior's third base is now very much up and running. Anderson has been slightly delayed with his, although he does have a defensive position around that now. A little bit of action going in the middle as each player tests each other's defensive lines. A strong supply lead for Havior as we get into the mid game here. Around a 30 supply lead with a 10 worker lead, so about a 20 army supply lead there, and you can see it on the map. He has a really commanding tank line here. It's going to be difficult for Anderson to break out of this at any point in time. We'll see how that comes into play later on. Of course, there's also this bridge on the right hand side, very difficult to push across. Havior's already got that defended with mines, with Goliaths, even with a turret there, and a few tanks, so there's no chance of his third base particularly getting any any risk of attack there. Looks like Anderson's doubling up on his bases once again. Has the now 4 o'clock base and the 6 o'clock base there. Havior did just scan that, so he knows it's coming up. He knows that Anderson is expanding twice at the same time, pretty much. I mean, of course, this was a ninja base that had to relocate, but nonetheless, really cranking into his economy. And Anderson really has to do this. He's just taken a worker league, which is great, but his supply count is very far behind that of Havior right now, who has a very commanding position out on the map, even a factory lead. And I believe it looks like Havior is moving towards taking an upgrade lead as well. It will just be for a moment or two that Havior will have 2-1 and Anderson won't. But we'll see if he wants to take advantage of that or if it plays against Anderson in any way. Havior seeing that additional base coming up from Anderson, electing to take his own base at the 12 o'clock. Both of Anderson's bases now getting up and running. Havior doing his due diligence, flying around, looking to put on a little bit of pressure, probably to the 6 o'clock base, maybe into the natural. The natural honestly is completely wide open. I'm not sure if Havior has already scanned ahead to see how his opponent's defenses are looking. There is an eBay here that might be able to spot. Yes, it will be able to spot these dropships going straight to the natural. See if Anderson. Oh, he changes his mind. He goes into the 6 o'clock base. There is only one tank here, so he should be able to clear this out. Great job by Havior. Of course, this base a little bit easier to take a position on. If you get sieged up here, all the units do have to come up the ramp. Those mines, clearing out the units of Anderson as they come up here. Great position by Havior, killing a good number of SCVs. It looks like Anderson is going to be able to clear it out, very fortunately for him, as that means that this base will survive and the game will go on. Equalizing the worker count there. Havior flooding in with more vultures, not letting this base go uncontested. Doing a great job of the vultures, taking out tanks. See if he can get any more mines down. Another nice mine. Is it going to survive? No, not quite. But great continued pressure, really meaning that this base cannot mine. Havior's 12 o'clock base on the opposite side of the map starting to get going, putting a few bits and bobs down there. Now, I didn't quite see whether or not his dropships were able to survive that. Possibly they did. We'll see if they come into play again a little bit later. But continuing this push down to the 6 o'clock, really trying to contest this, recognizing that he has the army's supply advantage, doing a great job, and he's really starting to make a mess of this defensive line at the 6 o'clock. See if he can keep pushing forward. He does have a few more unsieged tanks that are looking to make their mark there. Anderson's tank line is completely empty. He has a few units here on the right hand side, almost completely isolated, other than for a few Goliaths that are there to support them. But there's not much of a force for Anderson here at all supporting the 6 o'clock anymore. Havior could, unless these reinforcements get there before he does, Havior could really push into here without being contested very much. And this is a critical base at this stage. This is the only way that Anderson. It's the only route that Anderson has to expand out into the bottom left, which he may have to if the game continues into a later stage. So this is the key position on this map at this time. Anderson was able to get his reinforcements in place. One of those reinforcing tanks getting sniped as it was getting positioned down. Looks like Anderson's not sure what those SCVs are doing, just doing their own thing as they often do. It looks like this wall might have been stopping them from getting into the 6 o'clock, and they were getting a little bit confused, as they do. So still only 3 tanks from Anderson there. This force of Havior should be able to push through there if he's aware of how little there is in the defensive position. Keeping an eye on the new units coming out from Anderson. Looks like Havior is putting down a base in the top right as well. He's going to be going up to 2-2 shortly, whilst Anderson is... yeah, both of them are going to be going up to 2-2. Upgrade synchronized, so good job to both players there, keeping up with the upgrades and not getting behind in that regard. But Really, Javior's position here on the map is doing wonders for him. You can see this huge line completely uh, literally cornering Anderson into this bottom right space. Those units on the right hand side that were isolated beyond this wall getting picked off. They didn't really have any way home, so it was good for Havior to make sure that they could be wiped out, and now able to pressure this right hand side. Great job from Havior, recognizing that he didn't want to push any further on the left hand side, but that rather he could put some pressure on the right. Anderson has filled up a bunch of dropships. He was looking to put those into the 2 o'clock base, but having to use them defensively instead to wipe out this attacking force. So a little bit of a shame that he wasn't able to use these to put some pressure on the economy of Havior, but nonetheless a good save in enabling him to make sure that that 4 o'clock base of his own wasn't coming under threat. Havior not taking that for a moment, however, pushing forward very aggressively to make sure that these tanks get cleared out. Once again, sort of isolated across the wrong side of the bridge, no way to get home, doing their best to battle it out, but getting cleared up. And this once again opens up the possibility for Havior to push into this 4 o'clock position. Anderson desperately trying to get some forces over there to help defend. Only 3 tanks at the moment, trying to siege up, and you'll see that in the moments of trying to siege are the best moments of opportunity for vultures to put mines down, and those do go off. Only 4 Goliaths and 1 tank here to defend against this incoming force of Havior. It doesn't look good for this 4 o'clock base. I'm expecting to see an exodus of all these SCVs from this base shortly, though to be honest there's not many places for them to go. You do see across the left hand side of the map on the mini-map a dropship force going out from Anderson, looking to put some counter pressure on, looking to catch Havior out of position whilst he's putting damage down on this 4 o'clock base. We'll jump over and see how that's going in just a moment. It looks like this base is pretty much cleared out. The CC is not going to be able to lift because of these Goliaths in play. Nothing in the vicinity to be able to support that CC, so just a base lost from Havior. But at this point, Havior should be fairly comfortable losing that base. I mean, he doesn't have much worry about losing that. He's 4 bases to the 4 bases of Anderson. I would have liked to have seen him continue pushing this 4 o'clock location, but it looks like Anderson's drop did exactly what it needed to in distracting pulling the attention of Havior to the opposite side of the map and enabling him to get a reasonable tank line up here to defend any more pushes coming across the bridges. So Anderson with an SCV lead, surprisingly enough. 13 worker lead on his side, so the economies are equaling out. I mean, looks like all the bases are fairly saturated. Maybe this 2 o'clock is slightly undersaturated for Havior. So maybe Anderson is getting a slight economy advantage here, but Havior looking to change that as drastically and as soon as he can. It looks like 5 dropships getting ready to fly over this 4 o'clock base again. Anderson getting up that wall once again, but there is a gap there, so vultures will be able to drive through, and it looks like they're going to be doing that and synchronizing their drive through with the dropships of Havior coming in. A strong number of tanks here parking behind the mineral line of the 4 o'clock base. This is causing absolute havoc on this base, but Anderson does have a responding force. A huge amount of Goliaths and tanks coming in here, trying to clear this up, trying to save this 4 o'clock base, which is so crucial for him at this stage. Will he be able to clear out these tanks? It looks like just about, but he took a huge hit to his economy, doing so now dropping, whilst before he was 13 workers ahead, he now has a 9 worker deficit against Havior, who is taking another base here at the, let's call this 11 o'clock, a brunch time base. Yeah, Havior with his map control is really able to do a lot of what he would like, even scouting this base going down from Anderson. Desperate to try and get other sources of income going, as he's been stuck in this corner for a long while. Havior's tank line just too strong right now. Of course, it doesn't have a lot of anti-air supporting it, but Anderson hasn't invested much in air units other than these dropships. So we'll see what they decide to do. Looks like they are the force that will be enabling him to take other parts of the map. Looks like he'll be just using these in a defensive manner to set up and secure this bottom left position. Would have liked to seen some SCVs in this dropships, maybe even building a factory down here at the bottom left would have been nice to enable further units to be produced on this side of the map, but nonetheless, getting set up here, enabling himself to secure another base, which is critical at this stage as Havior is doing the same without the need of dropships. Some units getting caught as they try and migrate over to that side of the map. That tank line of Havior, again, just gaining value from, yeah, just having that iron curtain outside of Anderson's base. Looks like Havior using dropship of his own, looking to put down pressure on this bottom left base. It looks like there is a commanding force coming in through here, as well as a supporting push coming through. It looks like they're slightly mistimed. Maybe just looking to add some pressure on the front. Actually taking off some Goliaths, which is going to be very helpful as this force from Havior comes in on the left-hand side, takes this high ground above the new expansion of Anderson. This is going to deny this location. Some vultures getting a little bit. Oh, they're getting a mine down, so that's going to be able to clear out that tank. Fantastic. Oh, not quite. Just killing the vulture that was going to do the job anyway. But nonetheless, this is a strong position that Anderson is not looking to let Havior keep. Immediately sending dropships over with a good amount of Goliaths. Not sure if they're going to break it though. Having it all drop in one clump with this in the middle of two siege positions meant that those dropships units were immediately cleared up. There's not a lot defending this location, but he's being very cost efficient with what he does have there. But still not necessarily cost efficient enough, as Havior does have a 50 supply lead at this stage of the game with that fifth base of his own fully up and running. This base of Anderson a little bit short-lived, able to get a few minerals but not enough to really enable himself to get a strong enough force to secure the bottom left. So whilst dropships enabling Anderson to, still have some ability, not be completely contained by this tank line, not quite enough to be able to enable him to get an extra base out. And Havior recognizing that the weakness of Anderson's defensive force here, starting to move forward and put pressure on that 6 o'clock base again. There's nothing over there at the moment. There are dropships on Anderson, but rather than defending, he's opting to go across the map instead and do a sort of a Hail Mary straight onto onto Havior's side. But it looks like he's going to be flying over Goliaths. This isn't the way to make the most of that. 3 of them going down already. So only 5 dropships worth of units able to land there. 8 started off. This means he's sacrificing his 6 o'clock base to try and get a position here. Havior responding with his own dropships, dropping on top of these siege tanks, is going to be clearing it up, and it looks like this might be coming to the closing moments of this game, as the Hail Mary didn't quite work out for Anderson. A great back and forth from both players. You saw the commanding tank line from Havior after he got a economic lead, really positioning him to be able to take map control, contain Anderson with a stronger force, and keep him stuck on 3-4 bases whilst he was able to freely expand on his own. And yeah, good game from both players. We'll see whether or not Anderson can push back into game 2, or whether Havior will take a 2-0 victory in this first series of week 7 Shift Clique versus Mutallica. Looks like the second map we will be going into is going to be Dominator. Have that loaded up, so we'll get stuck right in. Alrighty, so Dominator, a little bit of a weird map. 3-player, low ground mains, high ground naturals. We'll see how this influences the game, but before getting into it, let's do our quick player introductions. In the 11 o'clock position as the White Terran, currently down 0-1, it's Anderson. In the 3 o'clock position, it's the Blue Terran. We have Havior. You know what? In fact, I'm going to make that red and blue instead. Last stream, we did have someone comment that sometimes colors can be a little bit difficult if they're not team colors. So we'll do that again. Anderson now as the Red Terran at the 11 o'clock position, and Havior remaining as blue at the 3 o'clock. Oh, Anderson not willing to go into a longer game once again, looking to end this quickly. Perhaps not a big fan of Dominator, perhaps just looking to swing the flow of this series as it's been going. Looking to build 2 barracks in the middle of the map. This looks like it was an 8-8 racks in the middle. Very bold. We'll see whether or not Havior is able to hold on against this very aggressive play. Of course, with it being a 3-player map, there is one fewer position that Havior could spawn in, so that makes it a little bit easier. And with this buildable terrain in the middle, perfect map for these shenanigans. Anderson, yeah, being very aggressive going into game number 2. Not happy with how it went game 1, and this is a great strategy. I mean, of course, it's very risky to look to cheese ever, particularly when you're in a losing position, but it can, and when you've lost the first game of the series, but it can really throw a series back into your favor, take the wind out of the sails of the opponent if you are able to capitalize on a cheeky cheese build like this. First Marine coming out, we'll see. Havior hasn't seen anything yet. Maybe slightly suspicious that this SCV didn't go into his base, coming out to check and able to see now this Marine appearing. Alarm bells going off at Havior. SCV's getting ready to form a defensive line. We'll see if he's able. Oh, first few hits down on the Marine from Anderson on Havior, really critical. Pulling back slightly, but that damage that you put on the first Marine is going to make a huge difference. SCV blocking nicely. The high ground here on the natural coming into play as there is a mischance to shoot on top of these Marines. Great positioning there from Anderson to make sure that this isn't just a regular pushing up the ramp to racks in the middle of the map, but rather he has this commanding position at the natural Havior. So that's making it even harder for Havior to hold off. He is trying to get a factory. One Marine goes down a side, but there's 5 Marines left for Anderson. It looks like he's pulling back a little bit now, just waiting for a few more Marines to join the fray. A couple SCVs getting a little bit overeager from Havior, getting picked off by themselves. 6 Marines to 3 now. Anderson picking off the remaining Marines. Good job by Anderson. Swinging this series back into play. Now 1 apiece for each players. Can only imagine after playing a long drawn out game like we had in game 1, feeling like he really earned the win, then losing to a cheeky 2 racks in the middle of the map has to be a little bit frustrating for Havior. But that's the way it goes sometimes, and Anderson making a really nice strategic build order choice, particularly for that map. Did a great job pulling the series back into play, and taking the wind out of the sails of Havior as we now go into game 3 on Eclipse, rounding out this best of 3 from Anderson and Havior. So, one game apiece. Nice, cheeky build from Anderson last game, taking real advantage of the peculiarities of Dominator. We'll see what he plans to do in this game 3 on Eclipse, up here in the top right position as the Red Terran, Mr. Anderson. And in the bottom left, taking a really commanding game 1, solid build order choice, taking an economic lead and forcing Anderson into a economic deficit for the most part of the game, and then losing out in game 2 to a frustrating 8-8 Rax down here in the bottom left, looking to wrap up the series, Mr. Havior. It's like Anderson is sending out a cheeky SCV, a second SCV going out. Is he going to be doing the same thing again? Oh, Mr. Anderson. So naughty. Looks like another 8-8 Rax. A two-player map, so he knows exactly where Havior spawned. Havior, of course, might not be expecting this. I mean, who would do this 2 games in a row? Well, we know who would do this 2 games in a row. Anderson out here throwing the playbook out the window, saying, you know what? You beat me in a macro game. I'm not willing to play those again. Let's just decide it now. Looks like Havior is putting his Rax forwards here, so he is going to be able to defend the ramp with every Marine that pops out, so long as he doesn't lose this position. If he does lose the ramp, then it's going to quickly snowball. So we'll see how this rack position helps or hinders him. All good so far. Supply depot about to finish for Anderson. Marines coming out. Havior not scouting this position of buildable terrain. Might be choosing in future to change his scouting path to include this location, as this is a very naughty spot. Havior seeing this first Marine coming out, having flashbacks to game 1. Is he going to be able to trap it? Releases the Marine a little bit early, posts bail, and lets the Marine out back into the natural. Of course, able to block the high ground. Not quite. SCVs on smoke breakers, they didn't quite help that Marine out in this really critical stage of the defense. Another Marine pops out, doing a really nice SCV mineral trick to allow them to try and get around and surround the Marines, but half of them again not entering into this battle. Really, of course, difficult to control workers in these sort of aggressive battling moments. Trapping that Marine out as he pops out of the barracks. So although it's great to have this barracks here to support a defensive line on top of a ramp, you can see that it gets really challenging if the opponent's already in your base, because it means that any Marine that pops will just get surrounded immediately. Not building, doesn't have money to build any more Marines. Final SCVs getting picked off. Anderson taking a very cheeky 2-1 victory over Havior here, favoring to avoid those macro games altogether and take a 2-1 victory using purely 8-8 Rex in the middle of the map. But a win is a win. Good job to Anderson, recognizing what he needed to do in order to take that series, and doing so in a very entertaining fashion. At least for ourselves, possibly not for Havior. I hope Havior forgives you for that for that demonstration of the 8-8 Rex, not just once but twice, and I hope you are still on speaking terms, as that can be quite painful to lose against, certainly. So just going to be starting up in a moment. We've got Arttaaz versus Eskiya. Eskiya, another very active member of the community. Of course, Terran streamer who, if you don't already follow, definitely should. We're going to be starting off on Radeon. Just clearing the scoreboard here. And Arttaaz playing for Shift Clique as a Protoss player. So all ready to go. Just loading up the lobby. So Anderson, I'm almost sorry for casting your games because now people know. Now people know you're going to be an 8-8 Rax demon. So there may be some counterplay in there. Maybe you can't do it anymore. Maybe you do the anti-meta and just keep doing it anyway. Looking forward to seeing your next games in CPL week 8 or 9. So let's get started with the second series of the day, Arttaaz versus Eskiya. Looks like Eskiya using the in-game name of Halal Terran. We'll see how Halal his playstyle is. Whether he'll be chopping up Arttaaz in you know in the proper fashion, or whether he'll be using some dirty tactics going into this series. Arttaaz here in the top left-hand corner as the red Protoss. Of course, Protoss, known for being incredibly honorable, would never use dirty tactics against their Terran foes. However, already putting down a honorable forward pylon, perhaps looking to put some early pressure on with the Zealot. We'll see. Eskiya placing a forward supply depot as well, maybe looking to wall off the top of his ramp to ensure that any early Zealot shenanigans do not make an impact. We'll see if that is what Arttaaz ends up deciding to do, whether he wants to put out that Zealot early. It can, of course, do wonders, particularly against an early expanding opponent, to have that Zealot across the map. So Eskiya, yes, deciding to wall off the top of his ramp. This is something that a lot of players should be doing in TVP. It does make life a lot easier against possible early Zealot shenanigans. Excuse me, one of the mince pies earlier trying to make a reoccurrence there. So all looking fairly normal. Yeah, I'm interested to see how Arttaaz plays this out. Whether that Zealot should be coming out now, if he is deciding to make one. So it looks like not opting to go for that Zealot opener, so this wall isn't particularly going to come into play at this moment, maybe later in the game, but nonetheless a nice defensive position from Eskiya, also serving to block any scouting information. Of course, by this stage, with the latest scout from Protoss, there wasn't going to be much that he was going to be able to scout anyway, but Eskiya, just making sure that his base is his fortress and that nothing was able to get in early game. A preventative measure for losing out the first game of the series to anything ridiculous. Not that Protoss would ever do something ridiculous. Not at all a biased cast. So we have Dragoon range starting up, so we're not going to see a range this expand. First Dragoon coming across. Looks like he's going straight into a second Dragoon, so we're not going to be seeing a 21 Nexus either. Very normal middle of the road build so far from Arttaaz. Looks like he's lopping down his Nexus at 23. So not too greedy. Looks like he didn't bother taking any guys out of gas. So nothing overly greedy, going for a very safe expansion build. Eskiya similarly, um, of course, did cut guys from gas a little bit to afford getting his command center down at a normal time too. So both players respecting each other, not doing anything overly zealous, not doing anything that would throw this either one's game plan off in the early stages. Neither of them pulling an Anderson. So Robo Facility going down for Arttaaz. We'll want to see that first observer coming across as soon as possible. Nice block on the ramp here with his second goon. Very important to have that there to prevent the first vulture from just getting in and not only getting a free scout, but potentially also a couple drone kills as well. Arttaaz, knowing that vulture's out, will undoubtedly recognize that this likely means there will be some mines going down to this third. Range finishing up now, so enabling him to put down some damage on this bunker, which needs to be repaired. 2 SEVs, most likely going to get there in time. Calling it close, but need injured. Observatory going down. Some probes have transferred. All normal. All good so far. Defensive position up from Eskiya now. Nothing's going to really be breaking this position. That tank a little bit far forward, but with the second tank coming up here on the high ground, he's secure. Unless there was, of course, a shuttle coming across the map or something along those lines, he is all safe at this juncture. Interestingly, because Eskiya opted to go siege before mines, it looks like even the first vulture was able to get sniped off by Arttaaz. He's very comfortable in taking this third base. Of course, he did have the observer flying over at the same time, so we would have been able to have killed off any mines had there been any. Having a nice block on his natural too, so that any further vultures wouldn't be able to break in, but not a lot out here right now on the map for Eskiya. No mine presence on the bases. Observer getting in, getting scouting information, seeing that there's something very fishy going on. It's 2 barracks from Eskiya. Academy in the back. Maybe this observer should be going in, but I mean, if you see 2 barracks, you can only assume that there's going to be a marine range and stim going down as well. So Arttaaz does need to react to this. You don't often see marine forces coming out of town, but you do need to respect it and you do need to respond to it. Of course, marine forces die very easily to Storm, to Reaver, but at this stage of the game, with that early third base, none of that is available. I believe the Citadel has just finished, so he might be looking to get Storm out. This base is likely going to fall. Yeah, Arttaaz just recognizing now that Eskiya has already moved out on the map. He's gonna have gonna be panicking a little bit. Even still transferring these probes, I'm not sure if that's the wisest move for him in this moment, as this is a big force from Eskiya. And as I said, although you don't see it very often, Marines do cause a lot of damage and a lot of difficulty for Protoss operators. Already taking out a couple goons, that was a big deal. He doesn't have that many units. Nicely does move around to cut off any possibility of reinforcements, any trickling Marines that were coming out to support this. Just going to show that bioforces do need to be respected. Oh, it does look like he has a nice pick off on this tank that's coming across, but this base is not long for this world. Let's see, does he have a Stargate? That was a very odd decision from Arttaaz, trying to get that Stargate. Maybe he tried to build a Templar Archives as well, and it hashtag didn't make. But choosing to go into high tech when there is this aggressive force out on the map. Hopefully doesn't spell the end of Arttaaz's first game in this series here. Denying a little bit the SCVs from building. Some zealots out here. Trying to get some damage down on the tanks. Do take 2 tanks for their troubles, which is great. Of course, goons can kite Marines. I'm not sure if it's so easy when Marines have range, but with only 2 tanks there, it is going to make the life of the goon much easier. Never want to be attacking with goons into a tank line. This guy must be feeling pretty comfortable now. He's already taken out 1 base. Zealots' legs are not quite finished, so having a hard time getting out there, but doing enough to pick off the tanks, which is great. So this Marine force now is unsupported with the range of tanks, but does have stim and he is running in. Let's see if he's able to get any worker damage. Slight worker lead from Arttaaz at the moment. It might not be that way for a very long time, however. Zealots with speed, showing their strength now, wiping out the remainder of this Bioforce. A really nice, different build from Eskiya. Doing a good amount of damage. Sneaky ninja base in the top right hand corner from Arttaaz, looking to make sure he doesn't stay 2 base to 2 base for too long, even having a probe transfer going over there already. Not a lot of information for Arttaaz right now. He doesn't exactly know what Eskiya is doing. Eskiya has added on another factory, is pulling out of that bio style as he goes into trying to take a 3rd base. Second observer looking to fly in is going to spot that CC, so Arttaaz able to breathe a sigh of relief, knowing that Eskiya isn't going to be keeping up the pressure, which means that this Arbiter tech, although perhaps seeming a bad or odd response rather to the bio attack, as he was able to survive, that's going to mean that he has this Arbiter tech very early, and as of yet, there are no missile turrets, maybe just 1 being built outside the front of Eskiya's base, so if he is able to get a recall, then that's going to be able to do devastating damage into Eskiya's main. So it was a very nice, different, unorthodox, we would say, opener from Eskiya that was able to kill off the 3rd base, but it seems like it's not set him up very well going into the mid game. Delayed a 3rd, delayed his factories from getting up really, which has meant that his army is a little bit smaller than it would otherwise be. Also delaying his tech a little bit. No armory as of yet, so it's delayed the upgrades as well. So there is always a trade-off with these sorts of unorthodox builds. I know Havior is also a fan of going with bio builds sometimes against Protoss, but with any decision like that, there is a trade-off. This guy's macro falling slightly behind here. Looks like he is getting ready to add a bunch more factories as his minerals are going up significantly. So this could be another 10 tanks out here, basically, other than perhaps the gas count. So we'll say an extra 6 tanks and maybe 10 vultures out here on the map, which would make taking this base a lot easier. Of course, Starcraft a challenging game, hard to keep everything going, especially when one is doing an unorthodox build. Takes a lot to, keep in mind those additional factors of going into later styles and those transitions out of that unorthodox style and that unorthodox opener. But love to see it. Love to see something a bit different, something a bit experimental, Marines and medics. Arttaaz getting very well secured now. As you saw that 3rd CC coming out of Eskiya, felt comfortable enough to take a 4th Nexus ahead of time, which is fantastic. Not going to permit Eskiya to be on an even number of bases with himself. So Eskiya, whilst he did have a mineral bank, that mineral bank has now been spent as he's thrown down a large number of additional factories. Arttaaz himself is up to 10 gates. Those arbiters are being built. Some additional forces One Arbiter out here. Storm and DTs around the place. 12 o'clock base not yet mining, but some vultures getting out from the sky. This is very important to get some, not only get some idea of what's going on the map, but you know, to put some mines down and just give some passive scouting to understand the army movements of Arttaaz. It looks like he is putting down a bunch of gateways in the top right as well. Does have a couple cannons in his mineral line, which is fantastic, but there is a gap, of course, up by this gas. So if Eskiya does decide to sack these vultures in favor of getting some pro damage, that opportunity is certainly open to him. Looks like Arttaaz has stopped building probes and has stopped a little while ago. A little bit light. I know a lot of folks like to have or consider that 65 is a preferable drone count for Protoss in this stage of the game. Very difficult, of course, to know when one has 65 drones or 65 probes. Unlike Starcraft 2, we don't get that nice little worker count when we hover over our supply account that tells us exactly how many workers we have. Nonetheless, all of the bases looking reasonably saturated, so all good there, but definitely struggling a little bit with his money. And by that I mean not having quite as much as he would like. So he does have a lot of gateways now. This is 20 gateways out of Arttaaz. So if there is ever a slip in macro, he's going to be able to pump out a lot of units very quickly, which is really important when we get to this this stage of the game, as he's going to be reaching up to 200 supply, and Terran armies like this don't disappear easily. You do have to hammer into them several times and resupply very quickly to make sure that the counter-attacking force doesn't wipe you out. What's happening? Oh, it's an egg being destroyed there. Still building out some zealots. Looks like we are getting into upgrades now for Protoss. Just 1-0 for the time being. We have 1-0 for Terran 2. So both players looking to get into 2-1. A little bit rare to see Protoss and Terran matching upgrades, but there we have it. Fast observer movement, a little bit of extra Templar energy too. So really nice unit composition from Arttaaz at this stage. No Goliaths out from the sky yet, which will make this Arbiter particularly very powerful out on the field. We do have a couple turrets out here. We're going to be seeing how good Eskiya is at making sure he has enough scans to reveal the army of the Protoss. Looks like he does have plenty, as long as he's quick on the trigger with revealing the units. Of course, there are a couple stasises available now. Looks like we have had a recall coming into the main base of Eskiya. See what this can do. A few mines already placed. Interestingly placed near the command center, but Arttaaz finding a nice little gap in those mines. Pushing towards the ramp, trying to get a storm off. Great storm there on the ramp. Some of the mines playing against Eskiya. Of course, the tanks now are not quite. I thought that they were blocking the path into the main. Good amount of damage. None of the buildings ended up getting taken out, but now all on fire. Very ready for a potential second recall a little bit later on. And of course, just being annoying to Eskiya. Unfortunately, Observer gets taken off, but he didn't particularly have to pull back that much. It's just those units waiting to move out. They got pulled back into the main, of course. We do have a bunch of yellow buildings. One, in fact, burning down. I don't think Eskiya will have... Oh, never mind. I take that back. Getting the repair going, making sure that building doesn't burn down. Very good. So now up to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bases for Arttaaz. Really looking to take that economic lead he already has and extend it with a large number of gateways already built, feeling comfortable in that if he does need to lose his army to slow down the push of Eskiya, that he will be able to resupply quickly enough. 2 Arbiters out here with 3 Stacies should be able to also contribute greatly in slowing down this force of Eskiya, which is just now moving out, coming up to 200 supply for both players, a little bit more workers for Eskiya, so this force of Arttaaz should be a little bit more formidable but than usual, but we shall see. Maybe Eskiya in fact just looking to move just to cover this 6 o'clock base from getting taken out, from going up rather. Arttaaz not very happy with letting that just happen. Looking to engage. Not sure if this is going to be the best engagement for Arttaaz, but we'll see how it goes. 2 Stacies going off already. Storm's going into the second line. Looks like all those Zealots are able to flood in, doing a great job of picking off tanks. The supply of Arttaaz plummeting, as is very usual for these types of engagements, but with that huge, large number of gateways in his what we call this 2 o'clock and 11 o'clock bases, he should be able to resupply fairly quickly. And nice part about doing this on Eskiya's side of the map is of course that this isn't currently threatening any of Arttaaz's new bases. So a reasonable exchange there. Always room for those exchanges to be optimized a little bit further. Perhaps some of the Stacies going on the further back tanks, maybe some of the Storms going on the front tanks, but overall a really nice engage, given that there weren't that many vultures, there weren't any mines in position to soften up any of the units. So it was a good opportunity for Arttaaz with his 6 bases, feeling comfortable in throwing away a portion of his army. Of course, this guy does now have a supply lead, but perhaps not for very long. This guy largely reinforcing with vultures, but those aren't going to do very well for him as Arttaaz is building up a huge fleet of carriers, even getting air armor. Looks like he already had potentially +1 weapons. Yes, already had +1 weapons, started building armor, and it looks like Eskiya is completely unaware that this is happening. 5 carriers going, so definitely going to be a big shock. All these tanks are going to count for naught once these carriers fly overhead. Potentially going to even have the support of arbiters to make sure that those carriers don't suffer from the usual mobility issues. One of the beautiful marriages of units being between arbiters and carriers, whereby one can attack on one side of the map, recall to defend a base. We'll see if he ends up taking that strategy or utilizing that tactic, but for now just building up this carrier force. Currently 4 carriers out on the map, another 3 in tow. This is going to give Eskiya a huge headache in a few minutes. Eskiya does have a 6 o'clock base up, so he will have enough economy to be able to crank out Goliath if he needs to, but given that the carrier count is going to be up to, I think, 9, perhaps 11 carriers, 10 carriers. I'm not sure if there are enough Goliaths in the world to be able to defeat 10 carriers. And of course, at this moment, Eskiya doesn't have any supply to be able to build any Goliaths, even if he wanted to. Nice to have this little force out here just being a little bit annoying. Looks like Eskiya was looking to set up with another command center in the bottom right. Not sure if it's going to be able to come into play. Are we going to? No, not quite. I wondered if we were going to see a recall of the carriers there. Looks like there's still big chilling. Air attack upgrades 2 coming along. Yeah, just really waiting for those that count of 10 carriers to be available. Just pulling Eskiya back, making sure he's not moving across the map. Yeah, a little bit of fake pressure, just keeping him back. He does have 5 Goliaths. 5 Goliaths, of course, many fewer than 10 carriers, but better than 0. So, yeah, that fleet of carriers now getting together. Eskiya not yet still recognizing the danger he's in. Moving across the map might only be serving to trap his forces where they can't run away from the carrier fleet. Should be wondering, why is this Protoss force so small? But rather taking the moment to capitalize and move forward as best he can. And this is the moment. The sinking feeling in one's stomach. He needs to lose his army to build Goliaths. Carriers not engaging with his army means that he can't build Goliaths. So they have complete free reign to do as they like. They are pushing forwards. They are looking to take the top left base out, which of course I'm not mining at all, but that is the source of his pain, the source of the Stargates, which he will be able to clear out. Arttaaz just taking out that single 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock base and choosing to move back. He does have an extra 3 carriers here. Not only 5 Goliaths, but with only 3 interceptors there. Those 5 Goliaths were enough until the reinforcements have arrived. All these tanks are going to be cleared out. A couple units getting into the main base, but they're not going to be able to do very much. Supply from Eskiya dropping. All of his hard work in macro getting cleared up. Setting up to put pressure on this base as well. Great way to clean out some supply to start building some Goliaths. Good to put pressure on. He needed to loosen up some supply so that he was able to build Goliaths, and he's done so now. Also trying to damage the economy from Arttaaz to make sure that this doesn't just become a never-ending fleet of carriers, but I'm not sure if he's doing enough to ensure that be the case. Another 3 carriers in production, 2 1 air weapons just finished. Looking to go into 2-2 in just a moment. So what was scary before, now terrifying in this carrier fleet. Just a few Goliaths here, just 10 there. Like to see a lot more turrets going up. I think Eskiya is surely just in full panic mode right now. 8 Goliaths coming out at a time, trying to desperately finish up those 3-3 vehicle upgrades. I don't see any way to defeat this fleet. This is a huge, massive fleet, really demonstrating how important it is to keep an eye on a Protoss base. Of course, with the Arbiters out there, it can be easy to soak up all of the scans in keeping an eye on the primary forces, but when carriers catch you off guard like this, the game becomes so challenging. I'm not feeling comfortable to take this bottom right base anymore. Starting to put pressure on the 6 o'clock base as well. Not yet building a command center on the left hand side again to replace what once was a really nice tech switch from Arttaaz, really catching Eskiya off guard there. Always a little bit risky to go carriers, but is it that much of a risk really when they're so darn strong? So a couple carriers getting taken out, but definitely doing more damage than they're taking. Clearing out Goliath after Goliath, clearing out many tanks. Looks like that CC in the bottom right is going down, but in an undefended manner. Another base going up from Arttaaz as well on the right hand side to counteract that. CC going down at 6 o'clock, so that's 2 bases without their CC from this guy, so no active mining bases from him, only long distance mining remaining. He does have a mineral bank, so he will be able to keep producing for a while, but you can see his supply in the top right really starting to plummet. Another carrier goes down, but there's still, I believe, 8 remaining there. 2 being built at home again, another 2 on this left-hand side. Not much to do at this stage. Didn't choose to keep a observer with his carriers, which did open the door for maybe some cloaked wraith shenanigans, but not something that has happened in this case. It looks like clicking on those carriers did freeze the game for a moment. Goliath's just positioned around, trying to do what they can, trying to keep Eskiya in this game, but not sure what else he can be doing at this stage. See what's going on here. Another couple carriers there. Plenty of ground units coming up as Arttaaz knows that Eskiya is being forced into building a lot of Goliaths. That means his ground army is a little bit weaker than it previously was, so he's just switching into a heavy ground game now. Possibly looking to really flood Eskiya's side of the map with a bucket load of zealots. At least putting pressure into this bottom right. Looks like he is moving his carriers, giving Eskiya a moment to breathe. A moment to take this base again. He does need a base. This left-hand side mining out also. This base from Arttaaz not getting up and running again. So it is starting to go into a lower economy game. Eskiya's supply slightly recovering. I think Arttaaz was worried for a moment that there was going to be a counterattack going. Just pulling back for a moment, knowing that he's done so much damage, knowing that there's so little economy, that he doesn't need to press the matter. Of course, these carriers are low on health, many of them. Something could go drastically wrong, but perhaps just looking to get back together with his other carrier buddies, back to a force of 10, soon 13 carriers, really making sure that this victory is secured. Eskiya looking to move out for one more final hurrah. A nice little arc, but those Goliaths are so focused on the carriers that the Zealots are doing a great amount of damage, and the Dragoons too. Yeah, showing the importance of having that marriage of ground and air. Yeah, nice little tech switch. Remembering that we came from an early game where there was that very unorthodox Rax factory, then second Rax into Medic Marine push, which killed off Arttaaz's third base in an early stage of the game. Meanwhile, he went into Arbiters, taking an early tech path, which consumed Eskiya's attention away from the possibility of these carriers being built. So Arttaaz with a strong tech switch, building 5 Stargates at the same time, 5 carriers at a time, and really just running over Eskiya with a huge number of carriers. Good game by both players. Thank you, Eskiya, for showing us something a little bit different also. Yeah, let me... There. Yeah, always a pleasure to see something that isn't completely orthodox. I really like having CPL games to cast when there's, something a little bit different that makes the opponent have to think on their feet. So it looks like game 2 we're going to be going into Dominator. We'll need to keep an eye on Eskiya. See if he's going to do anything else that's a little bit cheeky, or whether or not he'll revert to more orthodox playstyles. So, in the 11 o'clock position is the red Protoss coming out with a 1-0 lead. It's Mr. Arttaaz. And down here in the 7 o'clock position is the blue town, Eskiya. Of course, if you were here for the last series, you would have seen how the map dominator can be used to the advantage of aggressive playstyles. With the main base being on a low ground and the natural being on a high ground, it means that it meant that Anderson, with a very naughty 8-8 racks in the middle of the map, was able to take a commanding position above the natural of his opponent and really secure a win. Using the advantage of having that ramp in his favor. Oh, apologies. Had the scoreboard a little bit mixed up. Arttaaz did in fact take game 1 with his huge fleet of carriers. I pressed the wrong button on the scoreboard, and that's now been reflected. Thank you, guy in the chat, for pointing that out, Mr. Lucky Noob. So another forward-ish gateway from Arttaaz, close to his ramp. There's not any cost to having this gateway here, and it does enable you to build a fast zealot to pressure the opponent. A very reasonably fast scout from Arttaaz here. You don't often see such a fast scout, but perhaps after game 1, seeing the unorthodox play of Eskiya with a 2 racks push, perhaps Arttaaz is considering that he needs to keep an eye on this Terran and keep track of what he's planning. So he does go Zealot before Cyber. So it looks like that probe was in fact there just to confirm the starting location so that he could put down some early pressure. Zealot before Cyber often means that there's yes, there we are, 2 Zealots coming across the map. Let's see, Eskiya is able to scout the SCV, the Zealot with the SCV. We'll see if he was paying attention, as he did perhaps have his eyes on this probe that was entering into his base. Factory going up for Eskiya also doesn't have quite the Sim City to be able to defend well from a larger number of Zealots, or 2 Zealots in this case, but is trying to get that bunker up straight away. If he can secure this bunker, then all good. Looks like slightly favorable SEV pathing there might mean, yes, he is able to get the bunker up. Only 1 Marine getting into the bunker, however, means that there's not going to be a lot of damage going down on the incoming units, so they are, of course, going to be completely free to just run straight on by. Nice micro with that Zealot getting 2 hits on the Marine, but that now means that there's a second Marine in the bunker. Eskiya might feel forced to pull those Marines back, however, which could pose doom if the Dragoon is able to get across there. Another Marine with 2 hits on it. This really limits Eskiya's ability to pull back into his main base with those Marines out of risk of the Dragoon just coming in and picking them off one by one, rather choosing to wait until this Vulture pops out, which will, with good micro, be able to clear everything up. Dragoon even running by takes a good amount of damage, but perhaps not enough damage to, oh no, the Vulture getting caught in the corner. SCV's pulling into the natural now, recognizing that they are without protection. So once again, Dominator being played with an aggressive playstyle by one of our players, and showing itself to be potentially very chaotic map in the early game. Now, a lot of these Marines have very low health, so they might all be able to be cleared up. Yes, all of them being cleared up, all 4. So this bunker is completely empty now. Another Dragoon outside the natural, looking to force his way in. A lot of SCVs have gone down. Looks like that Zealot did finally get picked up. Just a Marine coming out from Eskiya, trying to do his best to defend with the SCVs. Another Dragoon coming out across the map. Desperately needs a tank or something a bit heftier, but with all these SCVs running around, nothing mining at the moment means that he's going to be stuck on only Marines for a little while longer. With 2 Dragoons out here and nothing to repair it, even this bunker is going to fall. It looks like this could be doom for Eskiya with this early aggression from Arttaaz taking a hell of a lot out of him. not only cleaning out his marines, but giving Arttaaz a strong worker lead as well. No response available for Eskiya, taps out. We'll keep an eye on Dominator to see if this continues being a trend going through the rest of the series we have this evening. But good game by Arttaaz, good choice of build order, showing us how to play Dominator in a similar manner to how Anderson chose to wrap that round that out. So next up, we're going to be having Bekrul versus Azizi 11. Just before we get into that, I'm going to take a short little break, just give my voice a little moment to relax itself, as it's going to be 4 hours of casting, and I don't want to be completely hoarse by the end of that. So I'm going to put on a little BRB screen, and not too long, just a few short minutes. Hopefully that can encourage yourselves also to get up. I know I'm going to go and get myself a mince pie and a cup of tea. If you still have any mince pies, please do feel welcome and encouraged to do the same. And we will be back here in just a moment. Hello, welcome back. Getting ready to go into our third series of the day between Bekrul and Azizi 11. Going to be starting off on Radeon once again between these two players. Bekrul is going to be playing as Zerg and Azizi as Terran. First Zerg of the day, so looking forward to seeing that. I'm just going to be updating the scoreboard really quickly whilst we get ready. So looks like we've had 2 wins from Shift-Clique so far. Anderson taking the first series 2-1 against Havior, and Arttaaz taking Eskiya down 2-0. So I'm going to be channeling my Mutallica cheers into this next series, and I hope you will be doing the same, as we like to see a little bit of back and forth, but we'll see how it plays out. See whether or not Bekrul is able to take the third series of the day in favor of Shift-Clique, or whether or not Mutallica will be able to put some points on the board. So game's up and ready. Oh, one thing I did neglect to do was change them. Oh no, I did it. Put the right map there and everything. Look at that, we're getting better. He says, transitioning to the wrong scene immediately. So, starting up between Bekrul and Azizi. In the top right hand corner here, we have as the red Protoss, Azizi playing for Mutallica. In the top left, Bekrul as the blue Zerg playing for Shift-Clique. I hope you did manage to get your mince pies during the break. I certainly did, and I'm going to be taking a few cheeky bites of this as we... Oh, you're up here now. A few cheeky bites of this as we go through this game. Of course, with Christmas being done, wonderful discounts on mince pies at the minute. Everything half price. A great time of the year to get a little bit fat on pastry delights. I'm not sure if around the rest of the world there is such a prevalence of mince pies, but in the UK there definitely is. In fact, we have a whiskey fig and what is it even? A whiskey fig mince pie. So I'm going to be taking my first bite sometime, and it's a bit experimental. We'll see how it goes. Hopefully it's not too bad. So looking like it's a forward 9 gate, 10 gate from Azizi. So gateway first opener. More and more popular these days, a little bit tougher to play with. A little bit different from those Forge expansions, which are very well mapped out. Gateway openers can be a little bit tricky to hold off early lings. Very important that Azizi does get this first scout, which he does, and so he's going to be able to keep an eye on exactly how many lings are going to be coming across the map. Seeing these first drones coming out, looks like he's not particularly going to be able to block any hatchery from going down, especially with that damage going down on the probe to start with. A nice, easy, on-time expansion from Bekrul. He's got to be happy about that. Always annoying when there's a probe blocking your expansion. Pool goes up. Only 2 lings to start with. 4 lings now. Let's see if he goes up to 6 lings. Azizi looking to go and scout. There are those 6 lings now. Looking to go and scout whether or not that third base is being taken. Bekrul choosing to hide his drone, in fact. A nice little play there to give Azizi uncertainty over what's going on. So not choosing to move out with that first Zealot, which is in fact the right move now that there's 6 lings going across the map. It looks like the second Zealot will be out in time, and we'll see if he chooses to block the ramp or rather defend this forward position. Oftentimes a little bit easier Here we are. So he's got the forge down, 2 zealots in the wall. So these lings shouldn't be able to do too much other than just put a little bit of pressure down. So now 8 lings out from Bekrul. So he is going to be looking to put a little bit more pressure on to this front wall. With the Overlord there, he's able to see exactly what the defensive makeup is for Azizi. Forge finishing up. Nice probe there behind the zealots as well, meaning that nothing can really get through here. But having that pressure coming down on the gateway is going to mean that Azizi needs to do something. He needs to pull out with these zealots every now and again just to try and make sure that that gateway doesn't fall. Third hatchery from Bekrul, slightly off position, but not going to slow down his gas mining at all. So, yep, 8 Zerglings there. Cannon coming up. Cannon's going to be finished in just a moment. And at that stage, these things aren't going to be able to do very much. 3 Zealots in the wall as well. He is favoring building more Zealots over building that Cybernetics core, which means his tech is going to be slightly later than usual. A lot of Protoss is favoring to build that Cyber core a little bit earlier to make sure that they can get a Stargate as soon as possible and really get out onto the opponent's side of the map. Of course, with those 8, now 10 lings, a little bit of a, now 12 lings even, a little bit of a lower drone count. Looks like the lings are going to go try and go straight past this wall as soon as those 4 zealots moved out. A really normal move out timing. Looks like Bekrul was completely ready for it, going to be able to take out this cannon. 3 lings remain. Probe's getting some good damage down. 1 probe going down, just 1 probe and the cannon going down for those 8 lings. So an even-ish trade, but those 4 zealots now across the map, are they going to get any damage done of their own? Running straight in, forcing more lings, going straight into the main base even, getting as much damage as they can down. Looks like he's trying to block the ramp and get a favorable trade with the zealots that he does have there. A little bit of disorganization from the zealots on the ramp. Very difficult to control in this situation. Able to get a drone. That's huge. Only a couple lings in the main. Another drone going down. Great damage from Azizi with these first 4 zealots. I like the idea from Bekrul to send those lings in to the natural, but it's meant that he's left his own natural in main base undefended. Able to kill off the zealot in his main. Now just 2 zealots remaining. Looks like they're not going to be able to get too much more done other than forcing more and more lings. So of course when Azizi did get into the main base of Bekrul, he was able to see there was a layer down, but at that stage there wasn't any spire. Of course, without there having been a Hydra Den, it should be enough to tell Azizi that this was a spire play, as why would you have a layer without a Hydra Den? Unless it's to go for Mutallica. We'll see if he does react to that possibility. Stargate going down now. So really taking advantage of that decision to continue building Zealots rather than going for the earlier Cyber core by pushing out early and putting a bit of pressure on. That first push with the 4 Zealots, oftentimes very good at giving you that additional scouting information that might often otherwise be postponed until there's a Corsair out on the map. So good that he was able to get into the base. Spire out now, however. I'm not sure if Azizi took advantage of that scouting information. Oh, it looks like he didn't quite have a pylon up in his natural already, so these Mutallists that do end up coming across. Scourge first. Now Muta. 2 Muta. So that's fine. I feel that this is a reasonable thing to be doing. Usually you'll be seeing a Corsair coming across the map, so you would expect that those Scourge would be more useful to start with. However, in this case, with those faster 4 Zealots, it meant that the Cyber wasn't yet down, so the Corsair had been delayed. Very hard to be able to know that. Much easier for ourselves spectating the entire game. Seeing that Corsair coming out now, however, maybe those Scourge will come into play. Couple Muta, 3 Muta out so far. A few more are going to be joining them. Looks like we've got 5 Muta that are going to be out. See if he's able to put down any pressure. Looks like he will be able to pick up a few probes for his troubles. No more Corsair coming out for Azizi, so it's not, doesn't look like he's been preparing. One starting up now in response to seeing the Muta. Doesn't look like he was completely aware that this was going to be a Muta build coming out of Bekrul, but pulling those probes back nonetheless to try and save them from getting too much more damage down. Desperation Cannon coming up in the main. Looks like it might finish shortly, but maybe not soon enough. If Bekrul puts down some damage on this, as he is doing so now, it's likely not going to be able to get up in time. Just one Corsair trying to fight against the Muta, taking their attention whilst his cannon nears completion, but it's not going to still be up in time. Zealots coming across the map. I don't believe they have legs yet, but they do have +1 attack. So hopefully able to get some damage on the opposite side of the map as his probe line is getting absolutely decimated. 2 cannons in the natural now mean that he's going to have a safe haven over there to move his probes to. Zealots getting on top of this sunken. Drones reacting a little bit slowly mean that he's able to deny the mining here, taking out 2 drones so far, maybe another one about to fall in a moment. We shall see. Focusing down that hatchery at the 3rd base. Switching targets to the sunken, which is coming up. Looks like that is going to fall handedly. 2 more Zealots going into the natural of Bekrul. A great way to relieve pressure on his side of the map. Pulling those Mutallists back to deal with these Zealots, which snuck out, honestly. There wasn't a lot outside of the base of Azizi to see this coming, so those Zealots got across the other side of the map unannounced, able to take out this 3rd hatchery, which is huge. Some Mutas still in the main base of Azizi, causing a little bit of havoc. Now deciding to pull back, given that there's a Dragoon in play. So Dragoon is not always the most desirable thing to be building at this stage of the game, but when there's Mutas out, any damage against them helps out a ton. So how many Mutas do we have now? We have a good number of Mutas. We have 11 Mutas here. Looking to continue denying the main base mining. So we do have a Templar Archives. There's the possibility of there's 2 High Templar coming out. So long as they can merge into an Archon in a sort of safe area before getting sniped, looks like they should be able to, so long as Azizi's on top of things, then he should be able to stabilize. 1 High Templar coming out slightly ahead. There was an opportunity there for Bekrul to snipe that High Templar before it merged into an Archon, but not able to do so. Now the Templar safe in the nest of, or somewhat safe in the nest of cannons. So how are we going to be moving forwards from here? Leg speed's halfway done. Some drones chilling at the natural. 3rd base still coming back into action. A reasonable drone count from Bekrul, looking to take that 3rd into operation once again. Hydralisk then coming up as well, recognizing that the forces of Azizi are starting to ramp up. He's got the Templar Archives and really just looking to maintain pressure with these Mutallists and hopefully also snipe off some High Templar as they start moving out, because Archons, whilst they're good, they don't do particularly well against Hydra, particularly when microed well. Really going to be looking to have those High Templar in the fray to ensure that any Hydra forces don't cause him a huge amount of challenge. Looks like he is continuing to keep up the pressure, looking to move out a little bit, force some additional units out of Bekrul, who now has some Scourge as well, interestingly enough. It seems that Azizi has, for the large part, given up on Corsairs. It's got a reasonable gas count, but oh gosh, that pressure coming again on this 3rd base. There are 2 Sunkens now, but nothing to support them from these Zealots that are coming through. Some Hydra do pop. Mutallists there to support as well. Archon desperately trying to find its way to attacking those that flock of Mutas. As much damage as possible going down on that Archon. Even the Sunken Colony contributing there. Looks like this base is once again at risk. The Hydralisk then even here at the 3rd base. There is an extra one in the main. so already has a backup there. So the loss of that Hydra Den not going to be critical for Bekrul, but the loss of this third base a second time is really going to hamper his ability to grow going into the mid game. A nice probe count on Azizi's side of things right now. Has a great opportunity to potentially take a third base at the moment, but not able to do so whilst focusing on this side of the map. Still a large amount of mutas. Oh, that Archon gets great damage down. Takes out 3 of the mutas all by itself. Zealots now fleeing back to the natural whilst the Hydras chase them down. Of course, the Hydras do have speed, so they're keeping up but not able to continue putting damage down. A couple High Templar there. There we are. Bekrul immediately going and checking that third base and making sure that that's not already up. So he's feeling a little bit comfortable now. Of course, he's battered and bruised, but understands that he is not in a horrendous spot, given that the third base isn't yet there. Even opting to burrow a Zergling there. Burrowed Zergling is, of course, a great way to keep an eye on things and be a little bit annoying too. Observers nowhere close to being done yet, so that's going to postpone that third base from going up for a very long time. Particularly if Bekrul was able to get up any lurkers. It doesn't look like he's researching lurker tech at the moment, just trying to once again reclaim his third base. Azizi's done a great job of pressuring onto that in response to the muta presence. Of course, this burrowed Zergling even giving this wonderful scouting information that this army is starting to move out, giving Bekrul the indication that he needs to go and snipe off these High Templar, even the second High Templar, aiding in its own death there, as it's desperately trying to at least put a little bit of damage down on the muta. But this is still a lot of Zealots. A nice group of Hydras behind this wall. Looks like he is going to be able to kill the Evo Chamber. It might not seem like a lot, but that can be a big deal as we go into later stages, as Hydralisks benefit from missile attacks very much. So a large amount of that force, in fact everyone apart from this one Dragoon, oh no, not even that one Dragoon, hoping to get home to write a tale about what happened to his brothers, but getting taken out before he was able to do so. So that push out, potentially a good idea, but didn't go too well when coming up against 2 Sunkens with a bunch of Hydras behind the wall. Might have been better informed to just go against this third base once again, or at least pull back once he recognized the challenge that he was going to be up against. All of that, of course, informed by the single burrowed Zergling who told Bekrul what was happening, that the move out was occurring, gave him the opportunity to snipe off the High Templar. Without the High Templar, there was nothing that Azizi could do against the Hydra that were behind the natural wall. If those High Templar had been there, this would have been a very different story, but of course that's part of the strength of having an early muta force. Lurkers now out on the field. Observers are here, but there's not yet enough Dragoons to do very much about this. Of course, Zealots get absolutely shredded by Lurkers, so whilst they are exchanging against the Hydra, they're not going to be long for this world if they keep engaging into the Lurker force. Great storm there from Azizi, carving a path for the Zealots to get out a little bit. Not particularly able to escape this, but for this moment, without the Dragoons, I feel like Azizi did a good job of weakening or loosening Bekrul's grip on this contain. Observer's just having a quick check around. Needs to be a little bit careful. There are still some Scourge behind here, making sure that there's not going to be any cheeky drops that are coming through. 7 Dragoons coming out at a time now for Azizi, really switching up his unit composition to try and combat this lurker contain that's now in play. Now, of course, in any PvZ where there's a lurker contain, can be very challenging to push out here. We'll see how Azizi does in commanding his units. Losing 2 High Templar, that was very painful. You want to keep those just behind your Dragoon line so that they can storm these Hydras when they come forwards. 1 storm going off, doing a good amount of damage. There's enough Dragoons here to combat directly the Hydra, even with having lost 2 High Templar to Lurkers, which was very unfortunate. But it looks like this container's getting cleared out completely. There were enough gateways and enough of an economy from Azizi to be able to push out here. Of course, having taken out that 3rd base twice already, playing a big part in this. Probes already in position to start building the 3rd base. You see that Zergling, that sneaky bird Zergling, playing its part to postpone this 3rd base going up from Azizi. And also, of course, informing Bekrul that this is exactly what's happening and when it's happening. Very important moment there, but not something he's able to particularly capitalize on as his economy was so damaged early on. Now he does have a large bank of resources, not uncommon to see a Zerg with a large bank of resources at this stage. His natural base is starting to mine out. He's going to be wanting to, there we are, take a 4th base. Especially in response to the 3rd base of Protoss. Very similar to PvT in this aspect. If you see a Terran with 3 bases, you want to be on at least 4 bases of Protoss. Same thing for Zerg. If you see a Protoss taking up to a 3rd base, you want to be at least on 4 bases. We'll see if Azizi is able to keep track of that and punish it in any way. He still does have a large force of Zealots and a very weak contain to push through. So if he's able to get those Zealots out on the map, he can very readily go and deny that 4th base from going up. What upgrades do we have here? We have 1, 2 from our Protoss and soon to be 2-0 for our Zerg. 2-1 on the way, but a little bit further away than the 2-2 of Protoss. So still has 4 High Templar here, which is a good number. A larger number of Zealots right now is going to do great against the largely well, it was going to do great against the largely Hydra force. With more Lurkers in there, he's going to have to be careful to keep those Zealots out of the battle. See how these storms do. These Hydras are very clumped up, so there's a great opportunity for some very juicy storms. A little bit of a back and forth, looking to retreat. You need to be very careful when retreating as Protoss. Of course, those High Templar are the slowest units in the group. Fantastic storm there. A sort of swan song from that High Templar, trying to get as much damage as possible as he was getting sniped off, and definitely worked out there as he was able to take down 7 Hydra for his trouble. Gas coming up here for Azizi. This is a very well defended base now. 6 cannons there along with the gateway. That gateway is going to be pumping out High Templar, there we are, to stand behind that wall of cannons and make sure that you can't just be broken by a swamp of Hydra. Azizi now able to scout this 4 o'clock base. He isn't quite up and operational yet. Nice storm, getting a good amount of damage down on these Hydras, really softening up many of them, which I'm sure the Dragoons will be very happy for. Not a huge amount of Dragoons anymore, favoring a larger number of High Templar. Probably that's been affecting his gas. Yeah, even going up to 5 more High Templar. So we're going to be having a very High Templar heavy force. You need to be careful not to let these get sniped off, however, as the Hydra forces move forwards. 2 of them getting sniped off basically for free. So although he's building many at a time, losing a few High Templar there, meaning that his High Templar count and storm count thereafter is kept at a maintainable number. 2 High Templar defending the 3rd base. Natural is now mined up, so this is a point in the game where Protoss is going to be feeling a little bit of pressure. And yes, he has his 3rd base, but he needs to do something. He's preferably both. Needs to decline or deny the 4th base of Zerg, which is still only just getting up and running. No mining happening there yet, but he wants to, of course, also secure not just this base, but his next base thereafter. I think it's very tricky, particularly on this map of Radion, to defend a 4th base expansion. Many Protosses rather choosing to just go for a heavy attack on 3 bases as a sort of final hurrah before it gets too difficult to deal with the mobility of a Zerg. We have adrenal glands coming up for Zerg now, so it looks like he is switching into the Zergling style. So that is going to cause a massive headache for any Goon forces. Oh no, these High Templar getting caught out. There was a nice storm in there, but a bit of a shame to have lost that, particularly given that we do have a larger Ling force not yet revealing itself. We do, of course, the Protoss will want to have a force of Archons ready for that, but gosh, Bekrul taking a wonderful position here, right between the natural and the third base of the Protoss. This is a wonderful little move to do. As long as you are not getting too surrounded, it allows you to bounce between the natural and the third base. It does need to be bouncing between this lurker position and putting down damage on both sides. It does seem that Azizi has a good number, a good force here. Huge storms there, taking out almost all the Hydras and most of the Lings too. Showing his hand a little bit with these cracklings should mean that Azizi is starting to consider. Yes, he has one Archon at the moment, starting to consider adding more Archons into the mix. There's going to be a nice little game here. We'll see if Bekrul decides to play the game of switching between Hydras and Lings. Of course, if Protoss overmakes Archons and doesn't have enough High Templar, you can swamp them with Hydra. And if they don't have enough Archons, then you can swamp them with Lings. So we'll see how that interplay comes through. Trying to snipe a High Templar, not quite able to do so. I wonder how much Azizi is feeling the pressure now of only having one mining base. Zerg's 4th base is now up and running, continuing to just add Lings and Hydras. So it's going to be a very micro-intensive few exchanges coming ahead. Not a huge standing army from Zerg, in fact, so it looks like Azizi's recognizing this and perhaps will just be moving across the map. 5th base coming up for Zerg at the bottom, left-hand side. More lurkers coming, defensive lurkers up there. Interestingly, Azizi not scared into reducing his Dragoon count, and rather than pushing across the map and potentially losing his army, taking this opportunity to secure a 4th base before this 3rd base gets any closer to mining out. Immediately scouted by Bekrul, so we'll see what he decides to do in response to this. Of course, the natural of Protoss very wide open right now. This is often what ends up happening is as you're trying to secure a 4th base, then it leaves your natural and main very open to counterattacks. The 3rd base, no storms there, but a good amount of cannons there that will really dissuade most Zergs from attacking in there, at least costing them a lot of the... Oh, a lovely little storm there, softening up the Hydras, pulling them also into this 3rd base, dissuading him from making his way into the natural, and instead saying, hey, come over here to this 3rd base, this really nicely defended 3rd base, come and attack this place instead of my undefended natural. Lings showing their strength here, attacking the goons. High Templar desperately trying to get behind something. One able to survive, one getting picked off. Probe is making their way down just as the Nexus comes to finish. We're going to see the very high mobility Lings moving around the map now, looking to punish this 4th base. Looks like they're going to be able to completely circumvent this Protoss army. Really needed an observer out in the middle of the map here to inform him that this was taking place, but this Nexus is going to absolutely get deleted from the map if he doesn't respond very quickly. Of course, attacking the pylons even first. He can just focus down this Nexus, however, and yeah, that's exactly what he does. Really showing the challenge of securing a 4th base, although caught out of position there without a lot of map awareness, or rather a lot of vision out on the map to inform him that these Lings were gonna come across. 5th base now very much up and running for Zerg, so feeling very comfortable here. Some more Archons coming up, but this is starting to look pretty bad for Azizi. Although he put a lot of good pressure on early, taking out the third base twice. Um, oh, lovely little wall of lurkers here, even making it difficult to reinforce. Lots of lings following out too. This is a position that Bekrul should be feeling very comfortable in. He has 5 bases up, he's denied the 4th. He's got his nice high-tech units. So I'd like to see some defilers starting to come out from him as we can start breaking bases. Azizi just recognizes it and taps out. So wonderful play from Bekrul, surviving and not giving up after having his 3rd base denied not once but twice, but even coming back, denying a 4th base. And really just choking out the Protoss. So once again, we'll be going to game number 2 on Dominator. Going to be keeping an eye on this map, as we've seen 2 aggressive games so far from Anderson and Arttaaz. We'll see if we're going to have another aggressive game in this 3rd series between Bekrul and Azizi. Starting off in the 3 o'clock position is the red Protoss, down 0-1 currently. Perhaps a little bit of frustrating loss, but definitely looking to regain his spirits going into game 2. Mr. Azizi. Down here in the 6 or 7 o'clock position is the blue Zerg, Mr. Bekrul. Certainly very challenging for Protoss to play against Zerg into the later stages of a game. It's very difficult as soon as you start trying to take a 4th base, particularly on a map like Radion, to have a comfortable position. It always leaves the vulnerability, and those will always be prodding and poking to try and find that gap to take advantage of. Looks like he's going to be changing up his strategy moving into game 2. Starting game 1 with a gateway first. Oh no, he is building a gateway down here. I was expecting a forge to be built on the bottom side, but keeping it steady. Liked how his opener went in game 1, choosing to go for the same again. Bekrul, however, mixing things up a little bit. He went, I believe, for an overpool last game, now going for a 9 hatch. Yes, it looks like it was a 9 hatch. So very aggressive. Oh, we have 2 gate out of Azizi. This is going to do potentially a lot of damage. We'll see how Bekrul is able to do. Of course, he will have 2 hatcheries up, so he will be able to have more lava. With the hatchery being slightly earlier as well, he might also be able to build a... Let's see, does he see it? Sees 1 gateway, he now sees 2 gateways, so he's recognizing exactly how much danger he's in. He should be looking to build a sunken colony as soon as possible. Getting gas there. Looks like this natural base is likely going to fall. We shall see. Even some probes coming out across the map to assist the zealots in their attack here. Bekrul at least not deciding not to take a 3rd base, deciding to come and put a little bit of damage down here, and now building that colony. And now building that colony. Not building that colony. Okay, recognizing that he might need to sacrifice his base and instead just opting to build as many lings as possible, as quickly as possible. Some nice damage going down on those lings. Looks like they're going to be taking out very quickly. Some really nice micro from Azizi. Needs to pull that Zealot back. Has a pylon going up there as well. Looks like he might be looking to add a shield battery into the mix. A lot of Lings out here, however, already. So you can see that the extra lava of the second hatch early adding a lot in terms of his ability to produce units. Some more Zealots coming out. He needs to keep these Zealots alive and bank them up. Ideally with a shield battery if he's able to. All the probes go down, however, now, so this pylon is left without anything to power. This game has swung very quickly in Bekrul's favor. Those early lava being available to add additional Lings, all due to that early scout as well. The lucky scout from Bekrul to be able to see that this was in fact a 2-gate meant that he could he didn't need to build his third hatchery and was able to instead completely focus on building a Ling defense. That sunken colony up now likely means that this push is over. We'll see what Azizi decides to do moving forwards. Really nice defense from Bekrul. Nice reaction and response to the threat of the Zealots coming across. Looks like Azizi's still just building Zealots, hoping that maybe Bekrul feels safe enough not to have to keep building Lings. Still only 5 Zealots right now. I feel like there's enough Lings, especially when combined with a sunken colony. 5, 6, 7 Zealots shouldn't be enough to break this position. And of course, if Azizi sends all of his units in here and loses them all against the sunken, then that's going to leave him very open to a strong counterattack. But looks like he's not even choosing to build probes, so he's completely at peace with how all in he is, even sending additional probes. With this Overlord out the front, Bekrul was able to see this happening, only building more Lings. We'll see how this engagement goes. Probes trying their best to add a little bit of damage on there. Sunken goes down. Lings even getting cleared up. With the help of the probes there, doing a great job, but there's only 2 Zealots now. With the additional Zerglings coming into the fight, we'll see how it goes, but those Zealots do indeed get cleared up. It looked hopeful for a moment, but with the Overlord having seen particularly the probes coming and joining the attacking force, it was enough to inform Bekrul that all he needed to do was build Lings and survive. That's what he did. So a nice little 2-0 from Bekrul there. Adding another score to the board for Shift-Clique. Well played by Bekrul. Oh no. I'm going to have to do a little cheeky maneuver here. I'm not currently able to Alt-Tab, so I'm going to have to go to windowed mode to enable myself to do so. We'll fix that in just a moment. So yeah, only Shift-Clique getting points on the board so far. Of course, we did have Anderson beating Havior only 2-1, but nonetheless taking this series. So that's 3 series to none so far for Shift-Clique. So really giving us a really good showing thus far. In just a moment, we'll be going into our next series, which will be, let me just go and see. It's going to be Supperman versus Thrive. Nice little PVT. It looks like I might not be able to change the colors for this next series, as the players were very naughty and they didn't play top versus bottom. Shame on both of you. It's a melee game. Just update the scoreboard very quickly. Of course, Supperman is going to be playing Protoss for Shift-Clique, and Thrive playing as Terran for Mutallica, starting us off on Radeon. I hope you're enjoying the series so far. We've just watched, I believe it was three series. For those who might be interested in watching the VOD or who have missed anything so far, we've already watched Anderson versus Havior, which was a TVT. We then watched Arttaaz versus Eskiya, which was a PVT. And we've just finished watching Bekrul versus Azizi, which was a ZVP. Going into the fourth series of the night, I think we have another 3 after this one. So it's going to be a bit of a long evening, but hopefully a lot of fun too. So starting up our first game now of Supperman versus Thrive. Yes, unfortunately not able to switch the colors to red versus blue here. Slap on the wrist for both of you, Supperman and Thrive. For folks playing, please do make sure that you play on top versus bottom. It makes life so much easier, not just for casters, but for people who might see colors differently from the way that may be considered usual. And it can make it very challenging, particularly mirror matches. Although this isn't a mirror match, it can make it very challenging for some folks to distinguish what's going on in fights. So yes, please do, for the sake of others, play in TVP, top versus TVB, top versus bottom. Nonetheless, we're not a mirror matchup, so I would hope that everyone's able to distinguish Protoss from Terran. In the bottom right hand corner here, as the purple Protoss, we have Supperman. In the top left hand corner, as the yellow Terran, Thrive. I wish I had a button that could play applause in this moment. I feel like Mutallica definitely needs that additional support going into this series. Currently down 3-0 in series in Tier 1, looking to add their first series onto the scorecard. Interesting cross-map scout from Thrive. Now we'll see if that comes into play. Oftentimes cross-map really just there to inform you how aggressive you can be or how greedy you can be. Of course, cross-map spawns has the largest distance in terms of how long it takes to get to the opponent's base. Yeah, you saw he was building a zealot there, scouted cross-map, saw, okay, it's likely it's going to take my zealot far too long to get across the map, though it just cancels the zealot straight away, and instead elects to go for a we'll see, but going at least for Dragoon first. We'll see if that influences it even further into going for a potentially 21 next or something like that. Looking forward to seeing this series very much. Thrive has been very active in the CPL Discord, asking for practice games and things like this, and so far has been posting good results for Team Mutallica. We'll see if he can continue that going into this series. So Thrive putting down his command center already. Looks like a very early Nexus from Supperman before even range or a Dragoon. So really utilizing that knowledge of cross-map spawns. Thrive not yet also even having a factory. So both players decided to play very greedy in response to these cross-map positions. Still putting a bunker down, of course, but you know, at this stage you would see perhaps that Zealot could have done good damage. But nonetheless, opting instead for an earlier Nexus. Factory now going down for Thrive. So it's a very good early greed from both players. Possibly, well, he has a good amount of gas here. Still keeping just one on gas for the time being. See if this SEV, undoubtedly, it's an SEV, of course it's going to get a scout off. Seeing that it should be recognizing that it's an early Nexus. in response to also his early CC. SCVs have so much health, man. Is he going to get out? I think that... Oh, he could have possibly got... Oh, no, too late. SCV getting a full scout off there, knowing exactly what's going on, seeing the very normal Robo follow-up, so knowing that he's not going to be able to do too much for too long with any mines. Of course, his own factories are fairly delayed, so we'll see if that influences his decision to build tech. Or rather what to research from these machine shops, whether or not he goes straight for siege mode or goes for the mines and vulture speed. Second gateway, observatory, 2 factory, 2 machine shop, and an engineering bay here. So recognizing that there is a possibility of some shuttle shenanigans, having that engineering bay down in time for any possible drops. You see a very late range here from Superman. Of course, he did build his Nexus before any goons or any range. SCV coming across the map. Looks like Superman wants to secure his third base before any mines get placed there. He does have an observer, not quite moving it across the map just yet. Oh, Thrive able to scout that this third base was looking to go down. Of course, Superman did have an early natural, so having a third base at this time might normally seem greedy, but compared to an earlier Nexus timing, this is pretty reasonable. However, with Thrive also having had an early CC, he should be feeling very comfortable, and yes, as you can see here, moving across the map and trying to put a little bit of pressure on. It's only 2 gateways against the 2 factories of Thrive, so with good reinforcements, Thrive should be able to do a little bit of damage here. Only 5 goons. So 5 goons can hold this off with good micro, but 3 of them getting caught out of position isn't a good way to start it. Vultures with speed, putting down mines in the way as well. Observer needs to stay with those mines to make sure that these Dragoons can clear them up. Great job splitting up the forces of Superman there, taking out 3 goons and now able to move back and take out these 2 that came to reinforce. Great move out, great job catching those units, and we'll see if he's able to finish clearing up these goons without losing his tanks. So a nice little pressure. Looks like he's not going to be able to kill the third base, but at the very least was able to get a good amount of damage done. Shame he lost those 2 tanks. Maybe there could have been some reinforcing vultures a little bit sooner, but at the very least postponing things a little bit. And killing off those Dragoons gave him the opportunity to run this vulture in. Would have been nicer to have seen a few more, but nonetheless being annoying, which is a wonderful thing to do to any opponent in any Starcraft game. Even slowing down the ability for these Dragoons to kill off that vulture, getting, I believe it was 4 or 5 probes for his troubles. Following up with another push, all of this being scouted by this observer. Thrive does need to be careful with continued pressure, does think twice about it, pulls his tanks back. Of course, with Terran, the strength of your army comes from having an overwhelming force. Having 1 or 2 tanks is great for an early pressure, but if you keep losing 1 or 2 tanks at the beginning, then that means you'll never get to that overwhelming force, and it can give Protoss a very good opportunity to just deny your third continuously. So it does seem that Thrive has been able to secure a good probe lead at this stage. Nothing too crazy, nothing too uncomfortable with respect to our Terran hero Thrive. But even looking to take a 4th base already. So great macro players coming out of Superman, looking to securing his 3rd with some cannons, meaning that he doesn't need to keep any any Dragoons behind there. I wonder if that the defense of that early push out makes him feel more comfortable taking this fourth base. Definitely with the loss of a couple tanks. Currently only 4 tanks out on the field. The loss of those tanks potentially making it such that he, feels he has enough goons, but oh, Vultures coming out across, able to snipe the probe, delaying the fourth base. Great little move from Thrive, doing exactly what Vultures should be doing. Moving out across the place. I would have loved to have seen a little mine being placed up here. No cannons out at the fourth just yet. Ooh. Oh, almost had a very juicy mine hit as well there, but not quite. So we are up to 5 factories with +1 weapons coming along. Looks like Thrive is adding on a third base as well. All very normal mid-game considering how greedy we were in the early game. It seems like both players have been matching each other's greed in the first stages of the game, so we're on a fairly even playing field, although perhaps 30 seconds or so sped up versus 30 seconds earlier with regards to normal expansion timings and things like that. So we have Zealot leg speed, we have Arbiters coming along for Protoss as well. Already a couple turrets going up, so that's going to be very useful, making sure that a cloaked army isn't able to just run over this town force. More cannons coming up for Protoss just to secure his bases. Just 2 here, nothing too much. These cannons are also able to cover all of the space behind the mineral line, so drops won't be too much of an issue, particularly if there are probes helping out there as well. Able to take his third without contention. This is always something that Terran should be very happy about. Didn't have any trouble, any issue getting this third base up. Observer from Superman trying to keep an eye on things. It looks like he hasn't yet recognized even that there is a third base out of Thrive. Perhaps a little bit of... He has a lot of observers out on the map, but it's really important for a Protoss to keep an eye on when bases are being taken, when they're going up, and ideally delaying them for as long as possible. Of course, you don't want to be sacrificing too many units in order to delay a base, but even just delaying it by 30 seconds or so is fantastic in any matchup, in any game. If you can delay mining, it's a much smaller army that you're going to have to deal with if that does come to be a conflict. So not being super active with his Vultures. I mean, at this stage, we did see Supperman with a large number of observers with his forces, so really making sure that the map is staying clear. Seems like Thrive heard me a little bit, is starting to move out with Vultures now, recognizing there's a nice little juicy force of Zealots that he can maybe put some damage down on, but Superman responds very quickly with goons and such. Moving forwards now, sacrificing a couple of Zealots just to see what's up, just to see what sort of force is sitting on that side of the bridge now. Thrive has secured his third base as well with tanks to support the turrets that he had there. I wouldn't be surprised if, yes, here we are, Superman looking to take an additional base now, recognizing that third base is up for Thrive, already on 4 bases, looking to take a 5th now, particularly as his supply is getting up to close to 200. He's going to have a big mineral spike, and in response to that he's starting to get all of the upgrades, adding additional Stargates, getting +1 air attack, getting Storm, getting Recall, getting see which weapons upgrade this is, +2 weapon attack also. Thrive in the other side is just about to get 1-1 on his mech force, looking to get 2-1 shortly, along with EMP and Goliath missile range. Attack coming in from Superman, having a good cloak there, but we have the science vessels in play. Vultures disappearing. It seems like Superman is pushing through here.
He did get to 200 supply faster. Trying to get scans down on that, it was just as simple as that. Just pushing through and wiping it out. I wonder... There weren't particularly anything unsieged. Just superior macro, I suppose, from Supperman led to him just being able to completely come through and destroy this force. Not very many vultures meant that the zealots were able to get right on top of the tanks. No mines to slow down the forces. Just a really nice attack in there from Supperman, recognizing that the defending force wasn't going to be quite enough to defend all of those zealots that he had in the front lines. So, good job from Supperman. Putting a point on the board. Yeah, Supperman looking very solid in that game. Showing us that early greed and good macro can win many a game. So we're going into game number 2 now between Supperman and Thrive. Once again on Dominator. Let's see, are we top versus bottom? No, we are not. So, at this 3 o'clock position as the Grey Steel Terran. Currently down 0 to 1. We have Thrive. And at the 7 o'clock position, Supperman showing us how good his macro is in game number 1. As the purple Protoss, we have Supperman. Now, we've seen a lot of aggression so far on Dominator. I wonder if we're going to see that trend continue. So far we've had 3 series, and in each of those 3 series, I believe the games have finished very quickly. I think in less than 10 minutes on each, because of one form of aggression or another. There is a fairly forward gateway here from Supperman, so perhaps considering aggression himself. We'll see how it unfolds. I'm going to take this opportunity at the start of the game to dig into my mince pie a little bit. It's been sat there talking to me, asking to be eaten. All normal so far. Cyber before Zealot. Let's see if it does design to build a Zealot. Yeah. Oh no, sorry, excuse me. Wasn't looking at the production. Zealot before Cybercore. So it is going to be an aggressive build out of Supperman. We'll see if... Well, he did see the Zealot pop out, but I wonder if he was paying attention. Should be able to tell from the Cyber timing as well if he knows his timings well enough. But it is going to be an aggressive build from Supperman, looking to put on early pressure with at least 2 Zealots, followed by Dragoons, looking to take advantage of this high ground ramp, going down to the low ground of the main. So 4 series so far. 4 series have shown aggressive build openers on Dominator, so keep that in mind for your own games when playing on this map, particularly if they are in CPL matches. It looks like he hadn't quite spotted this Zealot moving out until just now. It does have SEVs coming out, but they were slightly blocking the Marine there. See if you can get a bunker down. Bunker going down now. This looks like it might just be a solid defense from Thrive, showing us that you don't need that much to defend a 2 Zealot Dragoon opener. You just need to pull about 5 SCVs, so long as there's good micro in here. all the Marines getting in the bunker, putting out good damage on the Zealots. They do decide to run past, and we'll see if he decides to finish this wall. Marines coming out of the bunker now, trying to get back. There we are. Vultures cleaned up. Sorry, Zealots cleaned up. Looks like 2 or 3 SCVs did get killed, so Supperman should be fairly happy with that. He didn't sacrifice very much in order to build that, but he is going to have a later Nexus as a result too. Building the second goon also, I think maybe the second goon was a little bit too much. He could have opted for the Nexus before then, or even seeing that that bunker was finishing. Didn't necessarily need to get range there. Knowing that he'd put on enough pressure, having seen the CC going up, should have given him enough information that Thrive was not going to have a factory for some time. But as it stands, Thrive having a much earlier natural CC means that although he lost 3 SCVs, he's going to be taking the lead in the work account very shortly. Nexus only just going up for Supperman now, so a really nice start to the game from Thrive, showing us that you can defend early Zealot pressure. Oh gosh, is he going to be able to defend? No, you need another one. You need another one, Mr. Thrive. Oh gosh, this is trouble. This is trouble. 3 goons taking out that bunker, picking off the Marines. Oh, such an easy slip up to make. Just not quite having those SCVs there in time to repair the bunker means that what was looking to shape up to be a nice little opener from Thrive has now descended into chaos. Now the Dragoons, of course, able to take the top of this ramp. No amount of tanks is going to be able to save him. It looks like this game might be over. As simple as that. Just not having those SCVs ready on repair against the Dragoons. Keeping up their aggression. Supperman got pretty lucky with able to snipe off that bunker, but it's definitely played out in his favor. SCVs getting picked off one by one now, only 12 remaining. Tank does come out to play, but a little bit too late. GG by both players. Supperman taking the series 2-0. Well played, Mr. Supperman. A little bit tough to watch, seeing my teammates getting beaten up by Shift Clique, but all in good fun, I hope. Next, we will have Kimura versus SOStoss. Once again, starting out on Radeon. Just take a little bit of a moment to update the scoreboard. And then we shall be ready to get into it. So, getting into our 5th series of the night, SOStoss. Very much the last line of defense, or at the moment, the last line of defense for Mutallica. See if he's able to halt this complete whitewash from occurring. Kimura playing for Shift Clique. From the series we've watched so far, Shift Clique currently up 4 series to 0. Only 1 game win for Mutallica so far in Tier 1 matches. So, we'll see how this one plays out. Will Kimura be able to continue the pattern of Shift Clique, winning without much adversity? Kimura down here as the Red Terran, in the bottom right-hand corner. SOStoss. 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 We can call them SOStoss, can't we? SOStoss in the bottom left-hand corner as the blue Protoss. I'm going to be cheering for you, SOStoss. Replay bug? No. 12 Nexus. Coming out of SOStoss. 4-player map, so very feasible to do so. Looking to do a little bit of economic greed to start things off. Looks like Chimera has got that forward barracks, so he will be able to put on pressure in response to this if he sees it. He's going to get the first scout as well, which is wonderful for Chimera. We'll see how he decides to react. Anyone frustrated by 12 next, get out your notepads. We're going to see how Chimera feels is the appropriate way to respond to this greed. All standard so far. Starting to build Marines, making sure to get his factory out on time. Going to be building a bunker here by the looks of it. Or maybe not quite yet. Marine running across the map, looking to link up with his SCV friend. Zealot coming out from SOStoss, looking to make sure that he can secure this natural position. No bunker out yet from Chimera. He might have lost his opportunity on that unless he pulls a lot of things. No, even the Marines just chilling at home, so nothing aggressive in response to this 12 Nexus. Maybe it will come a little bit later on. I mean, he hasn't built a CC there, so it looks like he might well just be gearing up for a stronger push. SOStoss preparing for the possibility of such a push by building a forge. Very unusual in a normal game to see a forge in PvT, but when you're going 12 Nexus, particularly if there's not something that's coming straight across the map at you very early on, a cannon can completely assure the defense. Losing a Zealot in exchange for 1 1/3 Marines, not an ideal trade, particularly given that Chimera has got the higher level of production facilities. Second gateway coming down, pylon coming down on the natural here. Just the Vulture coming out so far. The Dragoon is out for SOStoss, so long as he's able to block the ramp, but at the moment he feels that he needs to get out on the map and see what's going on. Vulture running back. This Vulture is going to be able to go straight into the main base if he should so desire. And he does. Tragedy for the Protoss, getting pulled right back into his maze. A great opportunity for Chimera to move across the map. Now it looks like there is a cannon going down in his natural. This Vulture putting on some good damage, not getting that much. It could have gone a lot worse. It could have gone a lot worse, but at least now the cannon's going up in the natural. And so any sort of push here out of the town, unless it includes a siege tank, which it will not, it seems like this 12 Nexus is going up reasonably uncontended. Of course, there were a few probes that were killed off. It looks like there was a little bit of probe building time that was dropped off. So although he did get the 12 Nexus on time, didn't keep up with probe production that strongly, but opting for a Citadel before a Robo. So looks like there might be some cheeky DT play coming out here soon enough. Perhaps that was out of a desire to defend. Of course, DTs do defend almost all early pressure out of Terran, as there's often not enough comsat scans. Oh no! A lot of damage going on these early goons. Another one. A lot of damage going down. There's a minefield outside the front of Chimera's base, so it looks like these goons aren't going to be able to get too much more done. Zealot moving forward, trying to soak up some mine hits, but As it is, it was just suiciding goons at this point. So the nice little force that we had out of SOStoss getting completely cleared up. More vultures coming up, so this minefield is going to be able to be replenished. Tank now up as well. Vulture speed coming through. There's not a lot on the side of SOStoss over here. He does have the Tempo Archives coming up, so it looks like he's going to be going for that DT. What are you building over here, Mr. Probe? I thought he was going to build a Robo there for a moment, maybe perhaps a little bit later than one might expect. Getting Zealot leg speed as well. Yes, it looks like he's going to be potentially building DTs here in just a moment. It looks like that minefield hasn't yet been replenished, so if there are DTs, two DTs coming out onto the map. If they do make their way over, with only 2 mines here, they might be able to make their way in. There is a turret in the natural, turret in the main, but not in the mineral lines, all set up to defend from Reaver drops or the like, rather than preparing for something like a DT from walking in the base. So we'll see in a few moments whether or not these DTs are able to get any damage. I think they would be able to walk past these mines without triggering them, and they are starting to make their way across the map now. A nice little turret here at the top of the ramp. Again, a shuttle defense, but nonetheless is going to be able to deny DTs. It looks like the DT was revealed as it took out one of the vultures. Second DT going into the natural. I'm going to dodge the mines. No, dying to mines. Very unfortunate. Not getting enough done at all. But with DTs out on the map, should be feeling comfortable enough to take a third base, knowing that without any comsats, there isn't any way for there to be a push that comes out. Even if there are comsats, with enough DTs, you can hinder any push just by, basically staggering as you're sending them in. So instead of going for a third base, looks like he's going straight into Stargate tech. So perhaps early arbiters coming up here. It's very unusual not to have a third base at this stage from the side of a Protoss, particularly one that's being covered by DTs. A little Zealot running in there to try and see what's up, seeing that there's not much to see. Meanwhile, Chimera doing his due diligence and making sure that there's not any sneaky bases out there, as it is unusual for there not to be a third base at this time. An alarm bell should be ringing for Chimera. If DTs weren't enough to tell him that he should be wondering what's going on, then not having seen a third base should be more so. And 2 comsats coming up now from Chimera. We'll see if he chooses to scan the main base of SOStoss, and it should reveal that there is an arbiter tribunal if he does decide to scan. Of course, scanning will inhibit him from being able to move out. So knowledge for the possibility of aggression, but knowing that there's not a third base, he should feel fairly comfortable taking that decision of, you know what, 2 base versus 2 base. A huge SCV lead at this stage. All he needs to know is what's coming at him to know how to defend. And that should be enough from him. So I'm going to block the vision of SOStoss. See if I can catch. Looks like 1 scan did go down. Fortunately, the replay isn't telling me what was scanned. But we'll see what the response is. It looks like he does now. And there are Goliath missile range coming up. More turrets going down. Third CC almost complete. Looks like there should be possibly a science facility going up in just a moment too, as there is already a starport there also. We can see the macro machine of Terran is really starting to kick in. We have soon to be 7 factories there with a science facility in tow. Only 6 gateways for our Protoss. Chimera looking to very easily be able to take his third base without much of a standing army. Third base now coming up from SOStoss very late, around 3.5 minutes later than one might usually expect. Of course, the early game did have a little bit back and forth, but particularly with the 12 Nexus, you're usually looking at around 6 minutes for a third base. So with some decisions there of making DTs and going straight into Arbiters, we'll see if he's able to capitalize on the Arbiters now. Wasn't able to capitalize on the DTs. We'll see if the Arbiter is able to make a big enough difference in this game to ensure that he can continue forwards. Of course, similarly to a DT, Arbiter providing cloaking ability is often used to slow down pushes of Terran opponents. At the moment, he is banking up scans, so he's going to be able to catch any cloaked army. He's been keeping a good eye on the map with these vultures, placing down mines, making sure that there's no sneaky bases going on. Chimera should be feeling very comfortable with a large supply lead at this stage. It's a great position for our Terran shift click player. Upgrade starting for Terran, already on 1-0, soon to be up to 2-0. Looks like recall is on the way for our Protoss here. Going to have 1-1 upgrades as well, although a much smaller force than the Terran and with a greatly reduced worker count. This isn't quite a wall as well, so this third base is open to vulture attack. Looks like SOStoss might be thinking about taking a fourth base as well during this. Air weapons going there, so he might also be considering to go for carriers straight after these arbiters. It does appear so, even choosing to hide, I believe, hide his fleet beacon at the top here. If he does build that anytime soon, we'll check back in on it. So one arbiter out at the moment, another arbiter coming along. Large force of Terran units, Terran mech units out here between the natural and the third. Very hard to break any position like this. We did see Supperman do so against Thrive, but he had 200 supply versus I believe around 160. SOStoss is in the opposite position where Chimera has taken a large supply lead. Fourth base is coming up for SOStoss. Hasn't yet walled that off, so it is still vulnerable to vultures. We'll see if he's able to make a miracle defense as Chimera starts trying to move out. Is scanning around the place, sees the double Stargate. I don't think he was able to see. No, there's no fleet beacon out just yet. Just see a double Stargate. Did see the cyber core spinning, so is at least aware that there might be carriers at some stage, but honestly at the moment SOStoss doesn't particularly have the economy to be switching into that. Oh, there is that fleet beacon there now. Where is that being built? Down here in the natural? There it is. Moving forwards a little bit. He needs to be very careful. He needs to be very cost efficient with his army. Of course, with having a lower supply count, he can't afford to lose zealots into minefields. Even pulling back his whole army to deal with these two vultures that were putting down damage onto the nexus here. But at least it's secure. It hasn't been exploded just yet. Maybe Chimera will make another point to attack into that later. Chimera being very passive, has got a fourth command center now ready, so it looks like he's going to be expanding out to the 6 o'clock whilst moving out. Of course, always a nice combination to be expanding whilst being aggressive, particularly when that expansion is along your attack path, as you can defend it whilst giving your opponent something very much in their face to worry about. We'll see if Chimera continues his push across the map or is just content with taking this fourth base and playing it slow from here. Our two carriers now on the way from SOStoss. Though he doesn't have a huge economy, he has enough to be able to afford building two at a time, which will mean that Chimera, so long as he's able to see As long as he's aware of the risk of carriers, then he should be able to give enough trouble to the Protoss that he isn't able to bank up too many. Recall happening from one side of the wall to the other, attacking into the third base. A very nice little recall there. You usually see Hail Mary plays with the recalls, but just going into the third base here, giving him the opportunity to break down the wall and reinforce even. But this is all of the Protoss army, and once this is cleared out, there's going to be nothing left for SOStoss. A small force in his natural currently, but perhaps not enough to support the carriers that will be out soon. It looks like Kimura isn't building any Goliaths, however, so he's not particularly aware of the threat of the carriers incoming. So SOStoss could get lucky if he's able to hold off the push for long enough, is able to build up a large enough force of carriers. We'll just have to see. As it stands, however, the ground army of SOStoss vastly outgunned by the Terran mech force. 4 bases to 4 bases. Very good position for Kimura so long as he is able to deal with the carriers or deal with the Protoss before he has too many carriers. So we have 2 carriers out at the moment, another 2 on the way, about halfway done. It looks like Kimura isn't waiting any longer. He's moving across the map, looking to engage into SOStoss's forces. Looks like SOStoss isn't very much aware of this. His army getting pulled into the tank line, deciding in response to send in the other half of his army. And that's all of it. That's his whole army gone, obliterated in a matter of seconds. Only 87, shooting up to 100 supply, but not very much supply here for SOStoss. A couple carriers coming out. They don't have all their interceptors yet. Still building those, and only 2 of them, so they're just going to tickle these tanks. There are not many Goliaths, so it is going to be sufficient to eventually kill this tank force, but it might not be sufficient to kill the tank force before it just walks through and destroys everything. 1 tank with a defensive matrix making its way out to the front. Kimura deciding to split off some of his units to attack different bases here. Some of them going up to that 3rd base, natural down. There's a little bit of mining in the main, but not very much. Currently building lots of turrets back at home and more tanks. He doesn't perceive these carriers to be too much of a threat, and quite right, they're tickling tanks. Again, we'll eventually clear them out. Another couple carriers joining the fray, going to be building up these interceptors. Now, with 4 carriers, this should be enough to slow things down, but the fleet beacon's gone. Luckily for SOStoss, he was able to queue up more carriers before the fleet beacon went down. It does look like he has 5 carriers now. I thought he only had 4. Only being active with 4 of them, but another base going down for SOStoss. Only 1 remaining at this point, and Kimura might be scratching his head, saying, "Okay, why are you still here?" And it might lead him to go and explore that. Oh no, of course he knows this. He's already put damage down there on there, so he's just going to be sending in some vultures. This wall not complete, so even with tanks in there, so he's going to be able to clear up this base as well and leave SOStoss without any mining bases. Now, I'm sure you, like I, have seen many a game where Protoss is able to win despite not having any mining going on, purely because he has carriers. Now we have 7 carriers all together at the moment. Looks like SOStoss was trying to take another base up here. That's not going to happen. Vulture's going up to address that. This base going down. Carriers not arriving in time to save it, but at least arriving in time to clear up the tanks. No money in the bank from SOStoss. Not enough to build another Nexus. Looks like there are turrets absolutely everywhere, and most likely enough Goliaths to close this out. SOStoss, having a fleet and a dream, knows the power of carriers, knows that there might, maybe, still be a chance. That EMP isn't going to help things. All the shields gone on those two carriers. Moving in for the kill into the main base, saying, Kimura saying, I'm not waiting around to see what you do, those carriers. I'm going to make you fight me here. And of course, without any mining bases, these interceptors are not going to be easy to replenish, and that often being the nail in the coffin for carrier fleets. SOStoss recognizing his position to send a GG out. Kimura responding with a GG in kind. Good game to Kimura. Putting his point on the board for shift click. Well, I hope we don't see another 2-0. We'll see how it goes. Game number 2 between Kimura and SOStoss is ready to go. Once again on Dominator. So far, 4 series on Dominator. 4 series with an aggressive opener. And 4 series within which that game number 2 ended in less than 10 minutes. We'll see what Kimura and SOStoss have in store for us this time. At this top left 11 o'clock position is the red Terran. Currently with a 1-0 lead, it's Kimura. At this bottom 7 o'clock position as the blue Protoss, SOStoss. I do very much like aggressive openers on this map, of course. The map very much lending itself to those more aggressive plays because of that ramp orientation. Of course, we haven't always seen the aggressor win in these cases. We had a PvZ series with a Protoss 2 gate that wasn't able to break through the defenses of the Zerg and take full advantage of that high ground because of the 9 hatch play from the Zerg opponent and from a first scout, which told him exactly what he needed to know in order to defend the incoming Zealot pressure. Well, it turned into an all-in, in fact. However, for the most part, the aggressor has been victorious on Dominator thus far. 75% of the games we've seen here, the early aggression has won out the game. Only 25% of the time has the defender taken the win. Okay, so once again we're seeing a Zealot before a Cybercore in a PvT on Dominator. So we're going to be looking at 2 Zealots before Dragoon. This does of course delay Dragoon range, also delays any expansion from the Protoss side. Kimura putting together a defensive setup in his main. Barracks very far back here means that he will have to run a long way. If he needs to run, he's going to have to run all the way back here to be able to get in the defensive line. But feeling comfortable enough so far. Marine slightly out in front, could get caught by the Zealot if he's not careful. SCV moving across. He did scout the middle first, so being slightly cautious about possibility of a proxy gate. Perhaps he saw Anderson playing earlier and saw how he was able to 8 racks in the middle of the map. 3 Zealots against a Zealot. All this Zealot's looking to do is put down some damage. Does miss an opportunity there. Kills a Marine though. Maybe 2. 2 Marines going down. Great job by the Zealot. It's completely reasonable. Really just trying to soften up the Terran so that any future advances from his forces can go ahead. So it looks like he didn't in fact build 2 Zealots. Just a very delayed Dragoon coming up there. Once again opting for a Templar Archives to put on some DT pressure. Chimera able to scout again and see that there's no expansion coming up here. SOStoss needs to be careful not to permit this SCV to get into his base. He might be able to, changes his mind. That was almost catastrophic for SOStoss's well-laid plans of surprising with DTs. Already a bunker coming up. We'll see how Chimera wants to respond. It looks like he's getting mines up, which will be sufficient so long as they catch any DT. Engineering bay there coming up in the wall. So Chimera taking no chances here. Knows that so long as he is able to survive whatever sneaky business that SOStoss is throwing at him, then he will be in a great position, as he already has his CC well on the way. I will be interested to see if this Vulture, there he goes, going to go and scout and see if there's any ninja bases. So Chimera really making sure to have a good eye on what is happening on the Protoss side. DT already coming out, however, no mines up. He will need to build a turret as soon as possible if he's going to be able to defend this. There's the turret coming up. Is it going to be up in time, however? The Zealot's already halfway across the map. Looks like the turret almost done. It might just... Yes, with 2 mines there, the fate of this DT is sealed. Isn't able to make his entrance. Please don't pull that mine. Oh, able to pull the mine. DT does get into the middle line, however. No turrets here yet. No turrets in the main either, so this DT is going to be able to do some damage. Is he able to get any more done, however? No. The Vultures were not able to snipe him off as he moved past that turret, so he's now into the main base, causing even more trouble. Trying to kill him off with mines. We'll see how good SOS's DT micro is. Killing off the turret before it gets built as well. Mines out. Oh. Doing a good little bit of damage, but eventually getting cleared up. Nexus is up in the natural of SOStoss. Still a little bit behind on the work account. Not sure if that DT was worth it, as he already has a worker deficit, and with the Nexus being late as well, meant that Chimera is able to take even more of a lead. Chimera being very diligent with his scouting, very diligent with his defenses, in holding off the possibility of cheeky maneuvers like this. Of course, without the natural Nexus there, it did sort of telegraph that there could be something fishy going on, and Chimera didn't waste any time in preparing his defenses for any possible incoming attacks, whether that be... or to be honest, if it had been a Reaver, it would have been weird if it was a Reaver so early. But if it had been a Reaver, it might have caused havoc, as there had not been any tanks out at that stage. But of course, with Game 1, SOStoss having played a DT build similarly, Chimera perhaps had his opponent pegged in that he knew exactly the sort of things that he might be doing. Very similar to Game 1, SOStoss going straight into a Stargate after doing a DT build. It doesn't have any more DTs out on the map, but looks like he's trying to hide this, although, of course, if Chimera sits on this high ground just here, he should be able to see it. We'll see if he does end up scouting that. It would be a little bit of an odd position to put one's Vultures in, but maybe he shall. We do have a nice fuller wall coming up here. DT is now out, so it looks like he's even going to be going for a DT drop. There is only 1 turret in the main, so if he's able to run in and snipe that, then he will be able to do a good amount of damage. Upgrades started for Chimera. and that shuttle going across thus far hasn't been spotted. A third CC going up as well, so a very macro orientated build. Still only 2 factories, only one with a machine shop there, but it will be sufficient to get all the technology that he needs out of that. So that shuttle coming in, trying to avoid being scouted, as so far so good. DT comes in, ooh, almost drags a mine into doing horrendous damage to the SCV line of Chimera, but looks like this second DT isn't going to last. Maybe gets the tank. Oh, doesn't quite. Good micro from Chimera there to take out the second DT. Maybe a little bit of an unfortunate incident there with the second DT not getting a swipe off, a further swipe off on this tank. Also missing the opportunity for a huge mine drag into the SCV line of Chimera, not really having the stars aligned for him in this game again. But rather than going Arbiter as he did last game, going straight into 2 base carriers. SOStoss not messing around with his cheeky plays. If he's going to go cheeky, he's going to go full cheeky. Going from DTs straight into 2 base carriers. Now we do have comsats up for Chimera, so he does have some opportunity to move out against any DTs that there could be. Of course, we know that there aren't any DTs out on the map. Not yet taking advantage of this third CC. Perhaps looks like he's moving out now to try and secure that base. Did try and go to perhaps take a sneaky base there at some point. Chimera very much on top of it, able to deny any probe from getting out of SOStoss's base. Adding on a few more gateways now. 2 carriers on the way, another 2 in tow. I wonder if Chimera will be looking to scan, probably at some point. Doesn't look like he's been able to scan this little group of carriers just yet, as we don't particularly see any response from his side. Of course, SOStoss strategically placing his carriers and tech in the corner here. Of course, it was possible to be able to see that from this high ground here, and maybe that will come into play if any tanks decide they want to snipe off this tech. But for the time being, this has been a good position to put the fleet beacon and Stargate to hide that tech from Chimera. So Chimera should be feeling very comfortable. He's got 3 bases. He should feel comfortable that Protoss only has 2 bases as well, but with any moment of comfort in Starcraft, you should have the alarm bells ringing. What are the possible ways in which I can die? What are the ways in which my opponent can catch me off guard and pull this game into a victory for themselves? Because at the moment, Chimera has a fantastic position. More bases than Protoss, bigger army than Protoss, more SCVs than Protoss. He only needs to worry about something like carriers. So he's putting some mines down. Of course, last game SOStoss went DTs into Arbiters, so maybe Chimera is expecting him to do the same thing again. It's a little bit unusual for a player to go DTs 2 games in a row, so maybe Chimera is thinking, oh, this guy only has 1 build. He only does DTs into Arbiters, but well, SOStoss might be doing a little bit of a bait and switch with regards to that, doing DTs into carriers instead. Surprise carriers once again, but even earlier this game. So we already have 2 carriers out, another 2 on the way. There are a little bit of ways of being done. Oh no, we have 4 carriers out. Do excuse me. I think only a few Goliaths, 5 Goliaths, now building 7 at a time. So this economy of Chimera really enabling him. We had the reveal from SOStoss, and now he's chilling. Very unfortunate. He revealed that he had these carriers coming and then didn't push in to do something immediately. Throwing away a few zealots into the minefield. Getting a couple drags at the end, killing off some Goliaths, which is great. And we'll see if these 4 carriers are able to do much. We did have 7 Goliaths being built at a time, so that new set of 7 Goliaths is coming in to reinforce. Vulture's putting mines down in the front, taking out all of the ground army of SOStoss. These carriers out of position. They have no cliff to hide behind, which means that these Goliaths are able to chase them down. One carrier going down already, focusing down another one, focusing down the weak one. Very good job from Chimera there. Only 2 carriers remaining. Another 2 carriers coming across. Vultures running into the main base of SOStoss while this is all going on. Wonderful little move. Great thing to be doing against a slow mobility carrier player. It's too much for SOStoss. Mixing it up a little bit in game 2, but Chimera standing strong against the nonsense of SOStoss. Chimera saying, "Not today, Mr. Protoss. You're not going to catch me off guard with this stuff. I'm just going to play strong macro and deal with whatever you have to throw at me." Good job. Good job, Chimera. That's taking Chimera up to 2-0 against SOStoss and wrapping up this series. Very strong play from Chimera there. So next up, we'll be having PKParK versus Anxarat. Anxarat playing as Terran, PKParK playing as Protoss. Make sure I've got these names all aligned. Darn. Just 1 second. Hope everyone is having a lovely Sunday and that you're enjoying these games of CPL. We are, of course, showing Shift Clique versus Mutallica, Tier 1. We have 7 series today. We've already gone through 5 series. And Shift Clique has won all of them. So, hoping very much to see some points on the board from Mutallica, because I'm a biased caster who is a part of Mutallica. But we'll see. At the end of the day, CPL is not too serious. Of course, we all want to win, but so long as we can show good games and learn along the way and enjoy ourselves, then that's what matters. Alrighty. Oh. Hold up. Excuse me, PKParK is playing as... Did I say that before? I had it in my mind. This was a PVT. PKParK is a Zerg. And Anxarat is Terran. Alright. So no... Yes. Gosh, my brain's tired. But not tired of Starcraft. Am I not going to be allowed to alt-tab again? Oh, give me just one more moment. I need to fix my game. And then we'll get into the 6th series of the evening. Alrighty, here we go. So, here we are. Game 1 of the series. In the right-hand corner, bottom right-hand corner. In the bottom right-hand corner, we have as the brown Terran. My gosh, nothing's going well in my brain, is it? We have as the white Terran in the bottom right-hand corner, Mr. Anxarat. In-game name here being Podal Goo. In the bottom left-hand corner, as the brown Zerg, we have Mr. PKPark. Of course, PKPark playing for Shift Clique, so if the other series are anything to go by, PKPark definitely favored in this series. Anxarat as the role of the defender of hope and honor for Mutallica. Going to be trying his best to put points on the board for Mutallica and ensure that Shift Clique doesn't run away with the entire set of series for week 7 of CPL. Now, being a Protoss operator, TVZ is somewhat out of my realm of comfort, so largely I'll be here to enjoy the games and will not be providing hugely insightful analysis. I'll try to be as insightful as I can. But more than anything, I'm going to be here to enjoy the games, hopefully just as yourselves. So, looks like we had a 10-10-10. That's a thing, right? Out of the Zerg. 10 hatch, 10 pool, 10 gas. That's something that Zergs do, I think. And from Anxarat, just building up his wall outside of his natural. Looking to take an expansion in just a moment. And take this opportunity to enjoy the other half of my mince pie. Looks like we had a layer going up before speed from Park, favouring, of course, faster Mutallica play, which is oh so standard in ZVT. Anxarat, meanwhile, on the other side of the map, has his CC going up, trying to take out this SCV. Not particularly impactful, he knows exactly what's going on, but at least to deny the knowledge of the timing of the layer finishing, which can be very important. So Anxarat has a second barracks building back at home. Gas coming up in his main. So has played gasless for a short while to ensure that he can get up all of those things that he would like to have. The CC, the second barracks, also the academy. So a fairly nice little wall here from Anxarat, going to dissuade PKPark from trying to do anything with his Lings, who at the moment are just parked outside. They are PK-parked outside, waiting for speed, just looking to poke around and see what's going on. Spire about halfway done from PKPark. Nice SCV count from Anxarat so far, keeping up a good macro cycle with his worker production. Stim first from Anxarat with medics. Now I do wonder how, whether or not stim first. Maybe anyone in the chat can chime in. I wonder if stim first is standard for more of an aggressive style, and range first is more defensive. We'll see in just a moment as these Marines are moving out against the Speedling. So the Speedling's able to dance around and really avoid getting shot there. One sunken colony up so far. The stim now coming into play as he's able to push out very quickly. Marines stopping to breathe for just a moment. Definitely not marathon runners, but able to make their way across the map very quickly. Now, Mutallics are already out. They might not have been out if Parks had decided to go for speed before layer. So that coming into play here, 6 Mutallics should be enough to clean up this force. Forcing another stim there. Now, it might seem like medic energy is infinite. It isn't, in fact, infinite. And forcing stims out of your opponent like this is a great way to really soften them up. Fourth stim now going down. So these medics are completely juiced out. They're not going to be able to lend assistance to these Marines for much longer, as we now have 8 Mutallists. And this Terran force is getting cleaned up very handedly. You really need to be careful to make sure that you're not wasting stims. Neither going forwards nor backwards, just sort of sitting around. If you're recognizing that you aren't going to be able to push through, just pull back. Turrets going up for Anxarat, maybe a little bit late, permitting that the Mutallists are able to get some good damage done. One of them going down. It seems like 3 have died in total, so that's reasonable enough for Anxarat. However, his natural is now very undersaturated. His worker count is fine, but with an undersaturated natural, not particularly taking advantage of his capacity for mining. Does have 4 barracks out now, getting a factory out as well. I'm not sure on the exact count of barracks that are to be expected from a Terran at this stage, but I believe I've often seen 5 or 6, if my memory serves me correctly. And so instead of going further into barracks, opting to build a factory is one of those deviations that could be interesting. Perhaps this means trying to go up to Valkyries, perhaps this just means moving into a defensive, more defensive footing. I wouldn't expect that this would mean going into Valkyries, however, it would seem very late to do so. But stranger things have happened. We shall see. Very good from Anxarat to be able to spot, with a firebat no less, this top left base going on. I wonder what he's going to be doing about this, if he's going to be putting pressure on, maybe just waiting for it to finish before he starts attacking it, waiting perhaps for an engagement to happen, and hoping that the attention of PKPark is elsewhere before throwing that firebat in with all his stim and might to try and take it down single-handedly. Nice little turret defense here now. Of course, these Mutallists getting more than enough damage done on the SCVs, just keeping pressure up. Would be nice to see this factory perhaps move its way over to this cliff so that you can maintain vision of Mutallists as they're popping in and out there. Instead, deciding to move it to the north base. Oh no, just moving it out of the way. Starport now repositioning itself into a slightly more cozy position with a control tower being added. We'll see if a science facility, there it is. So it looks like we're just moving up to the normal science vessel based mid game. Looks like that firebat was able to get picked off in the end without getting too much done. Perhaps maybe a drone, but nothing too consequential over on that corner of the map. Of course, very annoying for a Terran to have a Zerg with that. Oh, Zergling's running in and running back out and running back in. Not able to do too much. 2 Mutallists go down. Doing enough, however, for these Marines to get cleared up, it looks like. 2 Mutallists going down in exchange for a good clump of Marines. Nice little exchange. Wasn't able to completely wipe them out. Losing 2 Muta is fine, but many of them are damaged now. But really keeping this Marine number low enough that you can continue to take swipes at them with these 11 Mutalisks that he has in tow. Looks like +1 armor is on the way for Anxarat. There was a Valkyrie in the end. Would you look at that? So that Valkyrie is really there to protect those Marines and put down enough splash damage. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to take on these Mutas all by himself. He did a good job taking out 2, but he's going to need to be repaired if he wants to keep engaging. At the moment, these Mutas in a very nice little pocket. You can repair that Valkyrie. There we are. Getting a great number of SCVs kills, finding this little juicy pocket in the back corner. Now being repaired, this Valkyrie is possibly going to wipe out all of these Mutas all by itself. Great work there. In the meantime, Marines have been streaming across the map to try and contest this top left base. We'll jump over there in just a moment. I don't believe PKPark was able to see this occurring. No lurkers in place, no lings up here. Looks like there is one lurker egg morphing. I don't think there's going to be enough to deal with this. Maybe if it soaks up all the Marine hits, these could very easily be killing the hatchery. There we are, switching targets back and forth. A bit indecisive, but willing to... Oh, does kill the lurker. So he's able to secure this offensive position outside this third base of PKPark's. 2 tanks even coming up. Maybe a little bit overkill, but definitely looking to secure the position. A lurker coming up now. A little bit of damage on it, but not enough to kill it before it gets burrowed. Some lings popping, dying. Another lurker going down before it's able to burrow. Scan there. I could imagine that this might be a very annoying position to get out of for these units. They might be stuck here for the remainder. Maybe they might be happy being stuck there, but there's enough lurkers coming up now that they should be able to contain, at the very least, the Terran. A drone coming, a very bold drone if he expects to be able to build a base here. These 2 tanks are going to look to hold this high ground. Very interesting decision here from PKPark. As a non-Zerg or Terran player, so unfamiliar with this matchup, I do wonder if it is so important that this high ground get cleared out and whether or not the close third could be taken in substitute. It seems like PKPark believes so, as he's willing to commit 8 lurkers to trying to break this position. And to looking to take this base as well, right next to this fortified tank position. Valkyrie moving across the map, looking to scout around the places. A great use of this Valkyrie, which at the moment is fairly, has sort of made its value. It killed a lot of Mutalisks and doesn't have much purpose left to serve. So just looking to scout around and see what's going on. Always good to get some extra value out of things. Defiler mound is done. 2 defilers on the way. Another 2 out already. Looking to go into a later game composition is Mr. PKPark. Tank weapons or vehicle weapons, +1 on the way, 2-1 on the way for the Bioforce of Anxarat. Currently supply blocking PKPark with his Valkyrie. Valkyrie does get picked off by a couple of Scourge. Dropship out. Nice that he was able to have the Scourge be used on the Valkyrie. Means that this dropship of units will be available to do whatever he should show please with. Looks like that base in the top was potentially killed by the Bioforce. Now Anxarat moving into the natural, not a lot over here. Having committed all those forces up to the top left has meant that he doesn't have a lot left at home. He has basically only defilers, and that will allow him to postpone if he has enough energy, but he doesn't seem to have enough energy for Dark Swarm. Marines getting right in here. Drones looking to defend themselves by going into the Dark Swarm, but PKPark's getting caught with his pants down a little bit, while Anxarat runs in and takes game number 1 in a nice fashion. I realize I'm calling him Anxarat. I'm not sure how to pronounce Anxarat. Anxarat? Anxarat, maybe. Any suggestions? Feel free to help me out in the chat. Alrighty, getting ready for game number 2 between PKParks and Anxarat. As in the other series we've casted today, game number 2 will be on Dominator. Anxarat looking to break the trend for Mutallica. Currently taking the first game in the series. I believe that may well be the first time so far this evening that Mutallica in Tier 1 has been able to take the first game in the series. Oh no, Havior also. But hopefully having a little bit of a different story compared to Havior, who Anderson was able to push out of the series with a couple cheeky cheese plays. So, going into game number 2, in the top 11 o'clock position as the olive Zerg, we have PKParks. And down here in the 7 o'clock position as the yellow Terran, we have Anxarat. I do apologize for the colors this game. These players did not play on top versus bottom, so I'm not able to change these. So we won't be able to, at least from the minimap, necessarily have an easy time telling what's what. But I'll try and keep track of anything that's moving so that we can at least see if it's Terran or Zerg. .12 hatch out of PKParks. Followed by an 11 pool and an 11 gas. PKPark's getting a nice first scout onto Anxarat, so able to see nothing too crazy coming out. Normal expansion timing. No Marines so far. So this is I believe this is a tight wall. So no Lings are going to be able to make their entrance here. So only 2 Lings coming out from PKParks in response. Very reasonable. Looks like he's going once again for layer before speed. For those first 2 Lings, really just to alert of any possible move outs, although the Overlord also has a great opportunity to just sit over a little bit of high ground here and keep an eye on things. He will not be able to see, however, the barracks lifting off, so just having a couple Lings outside the front here is going to give PKParks hopefully all the time he needs to react to any move outs from our Terran Anxarat. or in-game name, Podolgul. Podolgu. Gosh, you couldn't choose any more difficult names, huh? Anxarat with an X or Podolgu? Really doesn't want to make my life easy anyway. Layer almost done. SCV gets out with his life, but doesn't get out with knowing the layer timing. I suppose he will be able to tell roughly based on when Ling speed finishes, however, if he is aware of such timings, so we can take note of that now for our viewers, that if layer has started before Ling speed, then Ling speed should finish around 4 minutes 25. Ling's now coming across the map, a good number of Lings, given that he's not going to be able to break through this wall. But nonetheless, 6 Lings coming across here. Maybe looking to, just poke and prod. But for myself at least, feeling that this is perhaps slightly more than is necessary. Engineering bay coming up, armory coming up as well. 3 factories in the main of Anxarat. Maybe looking to do something a little bit different from game 1. Although game 1 went in his favor, it looks like he would like to prefer building Goliaths in response to the near inevitable incoming Mutalisks. So Spy looks like it's done, and we'll just do a quick timing also. This is mostly for my benefit, but perhaps also for some of our lovely viewers. So we saw that Ling speed is done at about 4:25. Mutalisks are out at about 5:45 when layer is coming before speed. I don't know if layer before speed is standard, might well be. So 4:25 for Link's to see Link speed finishing. If that is the case, 5:25 for Muta. Could have probably gotten here about 6 minutes and 5 seconds for most games. We do have a good clump of turrets up here, but a bit of a gap in the mineral line. So the first couple of mutas getting to come in and do a good amount of damage to the SCVs, not killing off too many, but definitely putting damage down. The Goliath's struggling to get over here and get involved, choosing instead to stay in the main and defend these 2 turrets going up. +1 armor on the way for the Goliaths, as well as missile range upgrade. This is all going to get a lot more difficult. Oh no, the Mutalisk trying to fly in and find a little corner, but there's already turrets up in time. Another turret up here in the natural. Looks like these mutas might well be stuck in this bottom corner. They might have a short path to go out. Still doing a little bit of damage, just bouncing backwards and forwards, but a lot of them taking a lot of damage. Only 4 mutas remaining, 1 heavily damaged. Another ninja base out of PKPark's. Trying to take a base across the map. A little bit less of a factor on this map as it was in the first game, as this is on a low ground versus a high ground natural, and of course it's an equal distance between Anxarat's base, natural base, and this as it is between that and the main base of PKPark's. It seems like PKPark does have very much a preference to always try and go and take a main base, another main base if he can do so. And that likely comes into play in a lot of TVZs, but I am questioning that decision on this Dominator map where that main is on a low ground. Not so easy to hold a ramp with the Lurker if you don't have a high ground advantage. 8 Mutalisks now for PKPark. Similarly, 8 Goliaths in the main for Anxarat. Muta's still trying to get some damage done. Still building. Still building Mutalist back at home as PKParks. Overlord speed on the way as well. +1 vehicle armor done for Anxarat. +1 vehicle weapons on the way. Vulture speed coming along as well. Just finishing now. I'm loving to see the Anxarat demonstrating that he does have a breadth of playstyles available to him. He's not only able to do bio builds, but is able to mix in some mech play as well. I know that a lot of players wouldn't feel so comfortable playing with both playstyles, but it does make a big difference. We'll see if Anxarat is able to make full use of this different playstyle with mech. Running around with his vultures at the moment, looking to kill off some drones. Doing a great job so far. 3, 4, 5, 6 drones will be going down here. I believe possibly even 7. Muta's looking to come out and avenge their fallen drone brothers. Able to do so. Only 1 vulture remains, but wasn't able to catch these transferring drones from making their way across. 40 drones now for PKPark and 35 SCVs for Anxarat. Carapace upgrades coming out for PKPark, along with Hydralisk upgrades being started. So it looks like we're going to be switching into Hydralisks here shortly. But not quite yet, as a few more Mutalisks continue to be produced. Currently up to, I believe, 11, 17, 19 Mutalisks from PKPark. Queen's Nest going up for PKPark as well, so looking to get into that hive tech soon enough. Not able to do very much at this stage with those mutas. Maybe looking to dive back into this bottom left corner, but I don't see very much of an opening for him to do a lot of damage here with all of these Goliaths out. I don't know. +1 vehicle weapons just finishing for those Goliaths. So with those twin missiles having an even higher DPS there, I do wonder how this is going to play out. Looks like PKPark is just looking to use these Mutalisks to keep Anxarat at home, perhaps recognizing the threat of this large mech force, and rather looking to use the Mutalisks just to give himself a little bit more time to build up a Hydra force in response to this tank Goliath army that's moving out. Does get to see this happening with 1 Mutalisk out in front. Gets to see the attacking force. Is the attacking force going to turn back? It does turn back. Recognizing that this is enough mutas to really ruin his day. Turning back and respecting those as they clear out a good chunk of his SCV force. Looking to move out once again, leaving a few Goliaths behind this time. Hopefully looking to build some turrets again as well. Yes, those are coming up now. But I feel like PKPark is probably just going to do the same thing. No. Picking off some stragglers first. Taking off 1 Goliath at a time from the back of the attacking force. Great way, of course, if you attack the front of the attacking force, everything that's behind it catches up and it becomes a big clump that you don't want to face. Taking off the stragglers is a lot better, of course, because then those leading units stretch away and don't get involved. PKPark still trying to use his mutas as much as he can, focusing down the tanks to leave the Hydras to take on the Goliaths. Great strategy. Is he able to clear out this last tank? Yes. So this mech force gets cleaned up very handedly by the forces of PKPark. So it looks like the movement with the Mutalist, keeping him behind at his base for a few moments longer, was more than sufficient to ensure that he was able to bank up enough Hydras to clear out that force effectively. This leaves Anxarat in a very tough position. What's he supposed to do now? All he can do is max up again and try again. And that's never a position you want to be in. If your first attack has failed in such a manner to try and do exactly the same attack again, it it never feels good, especially against an exponentially growing opponent, uh, as such as Zerg often is. Still a good amount of minerals in the main and natural, but there's not going to be a good amount there for too much longer. So there is going to be a need for something to happen here. More hydras being built, 6 queens coming out from PKPark. Uh, Great answer to a mech force is queens with spawn broodling. We saw in the last engagement that PKPark was trying to focus down the tanks to make sure that the hydras could take a good engagement against Goliaths. Well, Spawn Broodlings is going to handle that very easily, immediately destroying all of the tanks and giving Hydras a very favorable trade against Goliath. Goliaths are a fair ground unit, but in terms of cost effectiveness, they don't really compare against against a big flock of Hydralisks. Well, PKPark has taken a very commanding control of this game now. He has map control. He's able to move freely. A few vultures trying to go around and make that movement a little bit more challenging, adding a little bit of risk to PKPark being able to move hydras around the way by establishing the threat of there being mines. And of course, Zerg does have an easy option for detection with our overlords, but it just ensures to keep the Zerg a little bit honest, a little bit on their toes. Oh, I do wonder if Anxarat spotted that there was a huge swarm of queens there that the vulture just ran underneath. I'm not sure if he spotted it or if he could have a possible answer to it. There's just 5, 6 tanks out here with very few Goliaths. Let's see. Where are those queens? I would love to see the queens fly in here and disrupt all of these tanks. I feel like this battle could have been won with such a force, but maybe he's just waiting for a little bit more energy on the queens before doing so. Maybe he was a little bit distracted by these vultures trying to get in here. But Anxarat looking to take a third base. If he can secure this third base and keep it, it's a big if, then he might be okay. He's been able to stabilize thus far with the use of vultures, keeping similarly to the way that PKPark used Mutallica to keep Anxarat in his base at a critical moment. Anxarat is now doing the same with his vultures, or has been, but enough's enough for PKPark. He's moving in now with his Hydralisk. Queen's coming along as well. We'll see whether or not Spawn Broodlings comes into play here. They could do a huge amount. At the very least, able to deny Anxarat's third base. A few queens dropping, but able to clear out a good number of tanks. Hydra's even still further pushing forwards. Wow. You see the power of Spawn Broodling there. Anxarat's had enough. He GG's out, bringing the series 1-1. Great move there from PKPark, showing us how to use queens to disrupt a mech player, and not only that, but how to delay a scary mech push from making it across the map. Alrighty, game number 3 starting up in just a moment. On Eclipse. Nice little series from these two so far. I've liked that Anxarat chose to mix it up in game number 2 with a mech build instead of a bio build. Very often we see bio out of a Terran and a TVZ, and not so often, but it's not completely unheard of playing mech. So I'm happy to see that he mixed it up. It was unfortunate his push didn't quite work out, as I feel like really put him into a bad spot. And then PKPark really just hammering it home with his queens there against to clear out the tank force. So, for player introductions, up here in the top right hand corner of Eclipse, playing for playing for Shift Clique as the Olive Zerg, we have PKPark. In the bottom left hand corner, showing us a good diversity of play so far, as the Pink Terran. Playing for Mutallica, we have Anxarat. This is the second Game 3 that we've gotten to see so far in all of the series this evening. We've had 5 series so far, just one Game 3 out of those 5 series. So this being the 6th series, can register that Shift Clique has been giving us a real dominating performance from all of their players. Similarly to last game, I wonder what Mr. Drone is doing here. We had a 12 hatch just then. 11 pool. And 10 gas out of PKPark this game. So last game he went 12, 11, 11. This game 12, 11, 10. I wonder if that's due to the 2 base nature or the 2-player map nature of Eclipse. Anxarat building a nice little wall at the front of his base, making sure this time that he doesn't need to lift up his barracks to let his SCVs in, rather deciding to enable that his SCVs can move freely, at least until that first marine is done, so that, you know, he can get that first marine out safely without needing to give himself any risk. Layer before speed once again, seems like all very normal thus far from PKPark. We'll have a look once again at that Ling speed timing and see if it lines up with around 425 as we did last game. Just as a little indicator for people playing TVZ to be able to tell what's going on. Of course, in this, because you can scout a layer being built, but you never know how far along it is. So using this 425 indicator, so long as it started on time, should tell us. But I would imagine that this type of wall setup for a Terran is very normal, so it would be fairly rare to have any earlier of a Ling speed timing. It doesn't seem like it would be a particularly useful thing to be doing in a ZVT. Spy going up now, so looking to go into similar game to game 1. It seems like Anxarat wasn't very happy with the mech game in game 2, so he's going to revert back to his bio play as he had done so in game number 1. Similarly, having those 2 barracks up with an academy. It looks like his gas was a little bit earlier this game. We'll see how that comes into play. But his gas was a little bit earlier, going stim first once again. So of course Anxarat was able to win out in game 1 with his bio play by firstly putting Well, the first thing he did was move out with a strong pressure play, stim and 2 medic timing. PKPark was able to shut that down very handedly with 6 muta and I believe a dozen or so lings, largely by forcing out 4 stims from Anxarat. We'll see if that happens again now, but hopefully Anxarat is able to, get across the map without quite so much stim usage. I'm not quite ready to engage. Nice little snipe on that Overlord. Very cheap movement there in that he was just, already lifting off his barracks, just taking a little moment to kill the Overlord. Of course, it can be very disruptive to snipe off an Overlord like that, as it can supply block the Zerg. Didn't completely supply block the Zerg at this time, but at least forced him to build extra Overlords. And he has started building a sunken defense. Not very much yet so far. I wonder if he's going to be able to force out any stim. There's one, and then pausing. Mutallica, are you going to dive in again? Yes, so it seems like there are fewer Mutallists this time because of that Overlord snipe. So whilst there were 6 in game 1, there are only 4 in this moment. So PKPark's needing to take this a little bit more cautiously than he did in the first game. However, 6 Mutallists are now up. I wonder what the objective of these Marines is to do. Honestly, the way they're sitting out here, I feel like they're just sitting and waiting for there to be enough Zerg forces to kill them. In my opinion, they should be moving to do something, either aggressively or pulling back. So we've had, I believe, 3 stims so far. It looks like 4 stims might be pretty much the magic number to use up the medic's energy. There's another stim. There's the medic energy gone. Lings come in, mutas join, and clean up the force. Very similar to game 1 here. I'm not entirely sure what the objective of this little squad of Marines and things are. Maybe it's just there to delay the mutas from coming across the map, because it did do a very good job of that. It enabled these turrets to get up in time. There's 4 turrets in the natural, 3 in the main base, another 2 next to the barracks there. Even a bunker going up next to support these turrets. A very early factory as well. Looks like he's going to be going once again into the Valkyrie, but getting that Valkyrie a little bit earlier perhaps this game. Let's see, we have depots going up, armory going up there as well. Mutallists make a dive. There is 1 turret in the back, but that's not going to be enough to disrupt all of these mutas. There's 11 here, 1 goes down. Causing a little bit of disruption here. The SCVs have to run to the natural, but at least no more are going to be dying. There's no medic with these. There's kind of a medic nearby, but these Marines are getting picked off. At least putting damage down onto the mutas. Oh, they decided to stop doing anything. A little bit of a frustrating moment for our Zerg player, as his mutas decided not to play the game anymore. But yeah, 8 mutas left, down from 11. Doing a good job here. Remaining a disruption, remaining annoying, and this may well have happened because of that earlier factory as opposed to adding on more barracks sooner. I suppose that when one does decide they want to build an earlier factory, it's really important to make sure you do have enough turrets down, as it's meant that now also these lings can run in, risking this bunker, and that was it. Great job by PKPark, recognizing his moment of opportunity to get in here, kill enough Marines, and open the door for his lings to attack the natural. Good effort from Anxarat, good job getting a game out of Shift-Click. But similarly to the way of the other games that we've had so far, it's been a win again for Shift-Click. Alrighty, moving into our last series of the evening. Last but certainly not least, it's going to be the Hide versus Hexe. Hexe as Zerg, the Hide as Protoss. So I believe the Hide will be playing for Shift Click. Let me just confirm that, make doubly sure. Yes. And Hexe playing for Mutallica. Please, Mr. Hexe, put up a win for us. And we'll be back onto Radeon for game one, going into this final series of the evening. Oops. You didn't see that, okay? Shh. Definitely didn't reveal the game length. Hopefully you weren't paying attention, eh? Alrighty. Let's get to it. Game number one between Hexe and the Hide. Oh, thank you, Hexe and Hide, for playing top versus bottom. In the top right-hand corner, playing for Mutallica, we have Hexe. Here in the bottom right-hand corner is the blue Protoss, playing for Shift Click, looking to finalize a all sweep for Shift Click. In today's Tier 1 matches, it's the Hide. I'm going to be watching this one very closely. Looks like we're going to be going... It did look like it might be a gateway first, but the probe's slightly late, so it could yet... Oh, no. I think it's a gateway. But it's not. It's a forge. So forge slightly earlier than it needed to be, but perhaps this is there to open the door to potential for a little cheeky cannon rush. Always a possibility when you're going forge first, especially if you're able to scout the opponent before they can scout you. Of course, Zerg on Radeon always like to scout horizontally first, as this enables them to see a natural and see buildings and such. Probe coming up here, getting to spot things, means that, yeah, getting first scout. It's an overpull from Zerg, nothing too wild. Overlord should remain in position to make sure that there's no cannon rush shenanigans going on. So there's a lot of space to do so on Radeon. Of course, with any cannon rush, the objective is an element of surprise. Looks like Hide isn't going to be going for that this game, but he is going cannon before Nexus. And quite right too. With any sort of earlier pool build, you want to make sure that that cannon is good and ready. Benefit here of getting that early scout is meaning that he was able to make the right decision based on the context. When in doubt, however, you can take a risk of building a Nexus before a cannon. You will just die in some circumstances, so usually better to build the cannon before the Nexus. Protoss, of course, always wishing to cut as many corners as possible in the early parts of their, particularly the Forge first build, but in all builds really. It's super important to be able to get up to that juicy 7 or so gateway production force and get out on the map as soon as possible. Probe was able to sneak by those things. I don't know how he was possibly a follow-up drone probe drill there I think as the first probe was chilling in the main base, Hyde was able to right-click a second probe onto the mineral, and he's able to do so again. I like this little back and forth. Of course, it does mean that he has an extra probe that's not mining, but it is ensuring that he's able to keep scouting what's going on. I wonder if he's going to try and do it again here. We'll see if that probe that's currently returning back to his main base is going to come back to scout. And these, so far, it's been very successful in keeping everything back at the Zerg base. Oh, there is another probe coming across the map, having probe drilled a Zealot also, but making its way to the third base of the Zerg. Nice little plays coming out of Hyde so far. Looks like he's getting geared up to put a Stargate down, which will be coming up in just a moment. That Zealot coming into the third base now. Probe making its way into the main. Does it pull that? No, it doesn't quite pull the Lings out of position, but it does enable Hyde to see that there are a good number more Lings than he previously saw there. No, yet. Macro slipping maybe a little bit by Hyde. Focusing a lot on his scouting and focusing a lot on the Zealot over here, which is all well and good, but if it's postponing everything going on in his main base, I wonder if he... Another Zealot coming across. This is more going to be a sacrificial lamb more than anything else. That probe still alive. Does see the Hydra. More cannons coming up here. So at the very least, he doesn't need to have a Stargate, which is a wonderful benefit of having had those probes continuously being mineral walked through the Zerglings. He knows exactly what's going on and can respond to it very effectively. Doesn't need to waste his time on a Stargate with energy. Sorry, a Stargate with +1 weapons or with a Corsair or anything like this. Can just immediately go into additional gateways with a Citadel, get additional cannons up, get that Zealot leg speed. Hasn't even built a second gas yet. Very interesting. So a lot of Protoss desperately wanting to get that gas so that they can afford more High Templar when the time does come to it. And the time being, he feels comfortable enough. 4 cannons up, another 2 on the way. I don't think Hexe is going to continue building that many Hydras at this stage. Maybe he shall. Looks like he got slightly supply blocked for a moment, which is probably a little bit frustrating for him. And not that many drones out here. Only 20 so far, so normally this would tell us that there's going to be a heavy Hydra play, but we already have such a strong defense. It was already scouted out so much. So long as knowing that Hyde has had a good scout of everything, we would only need to suppose that he's, so long as he's able to respond well, that this is going to be held by him. So I'm not massively in favor of... there we are switching back into drones. Getting Ling speed now. Normalizing back into the mid game. Okay, that's good. I'm glad Hexe isn't overcommitting here, as I feel that'll be a quick way to lose out. Templar Archives coming down. Those Lings trying to find that sneaky Zealot that escaped earlier. Adding a few more hatcheries now, getting up to 5 hatches. Very important moving into the mid game. Layers just finished. Evo chamber started. Just getting geared up now. Putting down pressure on the front wall. Zealot legs hasn't finished yet, so these Zealots aren't particularly able to have any response to these Hydras. I'd like to see these 2 Hydras getting involved as well, particularly as it comes to denying this armor. It seems like there is already a forge being built in the main base of Hyde. Very important to ensure that... is he going to lose it? No, he does cancel the armor upgrade just in time and restarts it in his main base. So a slight disruption there, nothing too massive. Honestly, it can be quite nice having your front buildings destroyed here, as it gives you a lot more room to get your units out. And Hyde is definitely taking advantage of that now, running forwards with a good number of Zealots. 13 it looks like. Streaming across the map now. Hex didn't continue really building any more Hydras, so he only has a few back at home. He doesn't have any Sunkens. He was feeling very comfortable. So he's going to be under a lot of threat, particularly at this third base. Really showing us how not needing to build a Stargate can enable you to make a really strong push around this 8:39 minute timing. Getting a lot of great damage down on the third base. Going to be focusing down that sunken colony. A few more zealots battling Hydras here on the left-hand side. Will more reinforcements come across? Just breaking down the drones at the moment. No reinforcements coming across just yet. That doesn't mean that they won't. A few more Hydras popping right into the arms, the hugging arms and embrace of these zealots. Some more coming across on the natural. It should be enough now to clear these out. Another couple of zealots coming across the map to reinforce. I don't think these zealots are going to be able to deny these hatcheries, but they did get a lot of really good damage done. Oh, look at that, cleaning up the Hydras. It seemed like Hex felt comfortable as well, didn't really consider that there could be more zealots streaming across. Yeah, great work. More and more reinforcements coming across. Now even 2 High Templar and an Archon coming across. This is really great damage down from coming down from Hyde. I wonder if we'll be able to kill these hatcheries. 2 creep colonies coming up in desperation. Double storm there. Bit of a misclick, but nonetheless very fine for clearing out these Hydras. 2 sunken colonies building now. We'll see what his decision is. Okay, it looks like he's deciding to target first down the hatchery and then the sunkens. Very fine with this, of course. The hatchery, the much higher value target, and the sunkens weren't able to contribute very much anyway. This force out here of the Hyde is kind of getting out of control, and Hex recognizes it too. Hyde taking game number 1 with a very nice response to a very good amount of scouting information, utilizing mineral walking to make sure that he could see exactly what was going on in the Zerg base. Meant that he was able to make very good decisions about not building a Stargate, going into earlier gateways for more zealots early on. Still, of course, built enough cannons that he wasn't at risk, but then Hex, not recognizing the large number of zealots that were on their way or being built in the opponent's base, was caught a little bit off guard with a few too many Hydras already in the bank, and meant that Hyde was able to just really run across and do irreparable damage to Hex's third base. Getting ready to go into game number 2 now on Dominator between these 2 players, Hex and the Hyde. So, starting in the top left corner, making wonderful use of mineral walking and scouting in the last game, as the blue Protoss, currently up 1-0. It's the Hyde. In the 3 o'clock position as the red Zerg, playing for Mutallica, it's ArcaneWinds. Just realized I missed an opportunity there. I don't know how many of you grew up with Linkin Park, but there was a reference to Mr. Hyde in one of their tracks on their Hybrid Theory album. Which is I believe it was a track that was produced by I don't know what his name would be. The fellow who basically DJ'd on the Hybrid and the Linkin Park band. Of course, there was Chester on main vocals, and the rapping dude, the bass dude or guitar dude, and then there was the guy who was DJing. And I believe his primary track did feature a reference to Mr. Hyde, which I would have loved to have taken advantage of, but maybe we'll have a game 3. So not getting first scout this time means that he's going to be a little bit unaware of what's coming his way. Hex being a little bit cheeky, deciding to go for a 4 pool. 6 lanes coming out the way. Very lucky that Hyde didn't get to see what was in store for him. Not getting a first scout, but at least it's not going to be a third scout. Going to be able to see these things coming out with his first or his second probe scout. Dodging the lings, delaying the lings. These lings need to get across the map, and they have decided to do so. 2 cannons going up in the natural. I wonder if he's going to, yes, pulling probes now to defend those cannons. Maybe block the ramp? Nope, not bothering to block the ramp, just trying to keep this natural spot. Woo, woo. Okay. I thought he was going to go straight across the whole map then. Okay, so he has the gateway coming up. He's just going to try and block these lings from getting in whilst this cannon gets up. It does get up, but is it going to be enough? It looks like it's enough. 4 pool doesn't quite work out for Mr. Hexe. Is he going to keep playing? No. GG out of Mr. Hexe. Rounding out all of our series for today. It's been in Tier 1, 7 series for Shift-Click, 0 series for Mutallica. Amazing showing from Shift-Click. All of that practice has certainly been paying off. A little bit disappointed for my boys in Mutallica, but I'll need to make sure I get more involved also with helping out in practice games and things. Nonetheless, this was only Tier 1. There are Tier 0 and Tier 2 and 3. Yes, Tier 0 and 2 and 3, yes. Games also between these two teams. So hoping yet that Mutallica can make a good showing in those other tiers. I hope you have enjoyed this evening's cast. If you have done so, please do drop a follow on the channel. It's always very much appreciated, and you'll also get to be kept informed of any future casts that come out of myself. Thank you all for joining. I hope you've enjoyed. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day there. I'm gonna quickly go and see who I can raid and see who we can take all y'all lovely peoples to go and see. I think I'll go and raid Mr. 80s Mullet. So thank you again for joining this evening, this afternoon, this morning. I loved having you all here. It was a good day of casting. Yes, see you all next time.